part of absorption. Today, flex spaces is more than just a startup solution, and it's actually a center stage for all the Fortune 500 companies as well. And I think my stellar panel would agree to it. And since we have only got 30 minutes, I would like to jump into the discussion on how we have sort of moved from flex just being one of the side strategies to the main strategies now. Rahul, I would like to actually ask you first, what do you think flex on demand, enterprise on demand means to you?
First of all, thank you so much, and good afternoon, everybody. So I think as Neha just mentioned here, yes, in a couple of years back, Flex was definitely just a cost solution for most of the clients. It was more of a flexibility, a solution where you have to plug in a problem statement for maybe a small duration of time and then not a longevity perspective. That's absolutely changed. I think it's become a strategy solution going forward. Flex has become an absolute new asset class now. In fact, from a couple of cities, they're becoming more than a developer right now, where they're securing the spaces of couple of million square feet. From an office perspective, yes, what we've seen here is a growth, not just in tier 1 and tier 2. And it's not no more at all a BFSI or a particular segment of clients looking for those kind of smaller spaces for smaller times. We're talking about more than 500 cohorts. So we are seeing more than 36% of leasing that happened in our office in last financial year. 36% of that was done by 500 plus cohorts of clients across various markets, which is, you can say, the back offices, the front offices. The main drastic shift that we are seeing is now they are all wanting an A-grade building. No more there's a solution which is driven from a cost that, yeah, only a price will define what they are wanting it. So a A-grade asset, a fantastic, well-driven, sustainable fit outs and design, which is much more flexible from their perspective. Second, I think scalability is one of the major important part which is played post-COVID. So there was a drastic change pre-COVID and post-COVID. I think post-COVID, what has come into play is everybody is wanting to experiment and have that scalability with them. Second, I think nobody is really wanting to have a fixed deposit which they want to put in at a particular place, and instead of that, they want someone to come, plug, play, and give the solution which is way more secure for them. And also, I think when it comes to intra-city also, what we are seeing, multiple micro markets have grown. Historically, there were only 2, 3, or 4 pockets in each city which were only driving the demand. Now that has gone beyond. Every city is growing so much that the developers are across 6 to 7 micro markets. So that kind of scalability and option and flexibility, obviously the managed office enterprise solution have come in. Lastly, I would like to add, earlier it was more of a co-working driven where we were developing and making spaces. Now what has happened, we are not doing that anymore. 60% of now, in our model also is an enterprise model where we take entire requirement from a client. You will feel as if it's your own office. There's no more that you're part of a particular ecosystem anymore. The only part that comes from our side is we are bringing and aggregating all the things together and giving a solution. That's what we are, enablers now. No more a smaller co-working kind of a player making smaller offices and giving it.
But Rahul, that's very interesting what you said at the end, and I would like to play off it. You mentioned that co-working's now slowly moving to enterprise. And we've got two very distinct sort of viewpoints on it, because Anshu typically has their 91 Springboard portfolio across the major cities. And Umesh actually had a lot of portfolio in Bombay and has, but he's tried to actually expand in tier 2 cities. So would you say, what's the kind of percentage that you possibly play off between these two, the co-working and the enterprise? And do you think that enterprise is only going to be the future going forward? Yeah, Anshu, you want to start?
Okay, thank you. I think this is how I see it. Let me answer, what you were asking about this enterprise on demand model to us as the topic. I think enterprise to me simply means that it's predictable, it's plenty, and it's a different customer cohort that is really coming. Because if you look at Flex, what is Flex? Flex has to be a service business between what a developer produces as an asset And then what's the tenant? Now, the tenant could be a person who is a 20-seater co-working. A tenant could also be a 20-seater enterprise seeking that. So, my personal view to this is that the category of enterprise just needs to be a little less generic and more elaborated to what is the size of the client, what is exactly their requirement, and if we can tailor everything, like you rightly said, Rahul, to the specifications of what they want and personalize the office to their need, then that's what it is. So to me, enterprise is very predictable, and therefore gives you a certain sanity to the business. I'm also going to put some sense of humor, so I'm take it on the light way. If there are any developers, I think the very fact that enterprise came into the flex industry, it started making people not look at us as these noisy cousins of the core business, but also look at us and say, yeah, this is a serious asset class and a business in its own right. So it gives it a certain amount of sanity. The nature of demand, therefore, is moving the base towards a larger level of enterprise versus the smaller team category. And I think it's also because the volume is higher, right? So it actually skews it from that percentage. What makes sense is, I think, operators like us who believe in the life cycle of a customer. And therefore, if you move from A category, A size to a large size, to somebody who's available for every need of yours at every part of your journey, then that's what makes sense. I come from a liquor business as well. So we create a Kingfisher beer for when you started and you were in college and you wanted to drink. And then we made it to the next level, and then we created Ultra so that you feel cool about drinking it. So that's life cycle. And I think that's pretty much the service business in us.
True. Umesh?
So my take on enterprises with respect to being consumed by Flex. So when we started this back in 2018, I categorically focused on bringing in enterprises. Back in 2018, in a tier 2 city like Ahmedabad, when we started, the closest competition was a 50 seats player. And while we were looking to start up a 700-seater space, the first client that we closed was a 500-seater enterprise client. So we have been focused on bringing in larger enterprise clients who are looking at customized build-to-suit solutions and looking to consume our solutions for a very long-term basis. In terms of a split between managed and co-working for us would be 85-15, wherein 85 is largely focusing on managed office spaces, and 15 is an area which kind of gets carved out to have somewhat activity within the center. And it kind of acts as a future consumption space for our bigger enterprise clients. That's how probably I look at it. Managed office space post-COVID has become a very prominent word. I would probably put it across in this fashion that it's an Indianized version of a flex industry. Managed office is not there globally. We have tried it. We have spoken to multiple players, developers outside India as well. But realize the fact that co-working is much more prominent outside India, while Indian version of co-working is much more adopted at a scale at what it is today is because of managed office spaces, and it is because of enterprise solutions. We categorically focus on tier 2 cities and managed office spaces, and there getting a co-working solution at a scale at which we operate today probably was not feasible and possible. A lot of players have tried it out, but it comes across that in tier 2 cities, enterprise is the way forward, and providing them build to suit and customized solution is where the entry point can be for any players that is planning to enter or any players looking to make it big. We in fact nowadays have started taking up full assets, which are in the lines of 500,000 square feet to 1 million square feet of area in tier 2 cities. These cities were not even kind of known for leasing. Now they are known for flex operators kind of consuming larger spaces. That's the transition that has happened in the last 7 years within the country. So
One question that I have, and this is a quick one. When you interact with clients now versus maybe 2 years or 3 years back, is there the same amount of education that you have to do, making them understand what is enterprise on demand? And is there a difference between a tier 1 client and a tier 2 client? So if we could have a quick chat around that.
Okay. So I would just like to add a little point on the previous one, and then I'll come to this question. According to us, I think there's the co-working is not going anywhere. 100% there's a blend that will come into place. Yes, the percentage can vary here and there. Like for us, I will give an example. We were around 75 or 80% co-working when we started into enterprise model, maybe say 3 years back or 4 years back. And that percentage now stand at around 60% or 65% of co-working and say 35-40% of enterprise. Where I see that going is right now that yes, enterprise is here to stay and that's the future of the workplace strategy. But probably it'll come down to say 45% of anything, but it'll not go beyond that because co-working is going to stay for sure. And there's going to be a more blend between an enterprise and a co-working that we are seeing. Now coming to your current question that you highlighted here. Yes, I would give appreciation to a couple of our peers who in 2017, 2018, I think brought in a global level of enterprise solution in India, and all of a sudden, a couple of brands were the name, and it was still tougher back in 2015, 16 to really educate and sell this kind of a model. But in last 4 to 5 years, definitely not. I think people are well aware about the model now. People are well aware about how it's happening, what it is happening. Also, a couple of companies getting listed also made a lot more changes in the last 2 to 3 years about this. So educating them is not, I think, harder now. Also Indian companies, usually always we had thought that multinational will adopt to this model more. That's not the case. Now all the Indian companies have been the major occupiers. So all BFSIs, pharmas, logistics, you can say it. All these guys have been really more aggressive in taking space. So that blend has increased a lot and it's further increasing. Also when we are proposing option, this becomes one of the major options when you propose to any client, and they are also considering that as a parallel now. So that's definitely changed.
Umesh, would you like to go next?
Well, enterprises consuming flex office space, I don't think so. I mean, the domain that we operate into, I don't think so. There's an awareness required in that, but there's a lot of transition happening from traditional first generation entrepreneurs who are now shifting towards consuming office space in the manner we are offering. So there you need a lot of efforts in kind of getting them educated as to how this gets consumed and why it is better for them to move out in this pattern. It used to be a challenge when we started back in 2018-19 and categorically in tier 2 cities, because I still recall there's no one providing flex solution from a co-working standpoint as well, and there we were saying that we will provide you enterprise solutions, we will provide you managed office space solutions. So it was tough time in terms of educating them, but now though we are dealing into on a square feet basis as well. So a customer is well versed with the language as to how they should be consuming the office spaces. They are extremely educated, obviously because of the efforts that have been put in by IPCs. And with the advent of a lot of players kind of getting listed, it has brought in a lot of awareness towards the industry. And today, I mean, at least 25-30% of the leasing that happens in majority of the cities is done by flex. So that showcases the fact that it is here to stay, and customers are well versed with the solutions that are being offered on the table.
Correct. Anshu, I would like to ask you, all this talk about flex spaces becoming the next hospitality hub, it becoming offered as a service, office becoming a service, OAAS is the new term that they are playing off. Do you think that this is a long-lasting effect, or this is just a temporary fad that could grow into something meaningful, or it's just going to come in and go?
So everything today has become as a service. If we go around in this room, that's the punch word, that's a cue word. My opinion of it is, if we take a step back, and please don't kill me for it, Flex 1.0 was literally a version where you would lease a space and then pray and say that it leases again. Pretty much that was Flex version 1.0, right? The Flex version 2.0, as we see it today, is becoming more where there is predictability of demand. There is a certain amount of sanity as to how will it sell, what are the unit economics, and how, what is it that is provided as a service and as a layer for which you pay a premium and therefore get a yield. Now, where does that really go to? Exactly to your question, that in my view, it is the eventual playbook is going to be exactly like a hotel playbook, which is You are going to have one side of the business, you can call it PropCo, you can call it a landlord relationship, where that is where the underlying asset is going to be. On the asset, which is pretty much a hotel, right? You take an empty box and then you layer it with brand and you layer it with yield management and you get something which is a return, which is exactly what is for a hotel, which is exactly what it is for an office space. So you will have one part of the business which is going to be superior, stable yield that it will deliver. And on the other side of it is where your brand is going to be leveraged, your operating efficiencies, customer demand, all of these questions, for example, that you're asking, what does an enterprise customer want? Does he need education? How do you create that market? That will become on the second side of it. So one will become the growth engine, and the other will become a yield creation engine, which is pretty much what a hotel does. And on top of it, you will have technology, operating experience, and a house of brands. So yes, I think that's the playbook that it will eventually end towards.
Got it. Very interesting to see that. When we talk about flex, also, there's another buzzword in the corporate lingo nowadays, at least in the CRE playbook, is GCCs. Everywhere we go, we hear flex, we hear GCCs. And, we are seeing the trend when we track data that GCCs are fast adopting the whole concept of flex. But there are certain traditional sectors, such as a BFSI, such as pharma, such as promoter-driven companies, which are also still very slow to sort of adapt it. So I wanted to hear each of your thoughts as to, how do you expect it to change? Because this is a rather large demand that you cannot ignore. And if you want to expand to the next step, which you of course want to, as growing companies, as listed companies, etc., how do you go to that, and what converts a customer who's just looking at flex even today as just a seat or just an office address? Yeah, sure.
So yes, you're right. I think GCC has become one of the most, in last 1 year, the most upcoming one of the clients which are occupying spaces. Especially, I think we've seen it more from a Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune, Chennai, those micro markets. Yes, we itself have done, I think, more than 11 GCC, led demand transaction that we've done. From our perspective, what we've done here, we've bifurcated it. So what GCC is coming up basically is 2-3 main points are very critical for a GCC overall. One is they're coming up with the 50, 60, 70 odd seats because it's an experiment in India that they're coming up with. They are more than $1 billion company anywhere that you talk about, right? Also, they're coming up with a global standard because the people that they are bringing in who are leading these kind of GCCs are one of the all global leaders which are sitting there. So the kind of employee base, the employee experience, the infrastructure experience that the GCC is demanding has to be an A-grade building, with an A-grade infrastructure, not just the building. So the partners that they choose, which is the developer that they choose, also need to be a much better campuses and a longevity perspective. So that's second. Third, they would want to take a place where they can scale up drastically. Like a 50-seater is becoming a 500-seater like in 6 months. We've not seen that. So we did something for a company called eBay last year. In 6 months, we scaled it up from a 20,000 to a 150,000, which is not a organic growth that we see from a BFSI or a general other sectors. So I think the adaptability is very important. So what we've done, we've bifurcated our classes. We've brought in something called as an elite. Now that caters to my smaller cohorts, which can be scaled up to that kind of level. Still, I'm going to continue with my gold and my normal 5.0. So 5.0 and gold still caters to those normal demands that are enterprise, which is from a BFSI sector, anybody else is bringing in. But my elite would definitely focus to my GCC because GCC can't be mixed according to us to any other kind of models that we are doing. Third, I think consciously now we are also picking up that kind of asset because in next 2-year or a 3-year horizon, we feel that that's going to be a major take up because that's how the global markets are turning towards India right now. So GCC is going to be there and going to sustain much more, and the scalability that we are not even imagining, that's going to go up to 1,000 to 2,000 employees in a, a span of like 12 months or something. So all of us are, pre-planning for it. And lastly, I would feel also the kind of the fit outs that you do, the kind of other than just the making your infrastructure, the add-on mobility services that you give. So it has to be a cafe, which has to be spick and span or other kind of mobility services. So they just don't need your office space anymore. They need a package which delivers anything and everything, and you are a one-point solution to them. So that's the kind of bridge that we are trying to focus on right now.
Got it. Umesh, do you see a lot of GCC demand also in cities like Ahmedabad? Or do you actually get it from cities like Bombay and then you actually are able to help them better in Ahmedabad?
So my take on GCC is slightly different. So GCC is one category of clientele that we all are kind of targeting right now. In fact, GCCs today are flooded with so many vendors in multiple categories that an SI who used to be an outsourcing provider is claiming to be a GCC provider now. A developer who used to be just a real estate provider is claiming to be a GCC solution provider. And the same implies to a flex operator as well. If I look at GCC buyer, he is like loaded with people who are saying that I can do all of this. And technically identifying the differentiating points in all of them is very difficult because these are all tick marks कि recruitment करते हैं, payroll देते हैं, space देते हैं. I mean, how do we differentiate in that aspect? So I feel petty on the GCC buyers right now because a lot of limelight is on them, and a lot of people are selling to them stuff that they are more aware of, and the people that are selling are not well versed with it. Coming to the question of are there any GCCs in tier 2 cities? Yes. I mean, theoretically, research says that the next wave of growth from GCCs is going to come in tier 2 cities. I don't think so that's going to come in. I mean, it's already there. We are witnessing larger players setting up their capability centers in tier 2 cities with us, without us. Currently we are catering them largely from an infrastructure perspective as a flex operator. But what we want to evolve into going ahead is that we have acquired a small technology company wherein we'll be offering them full-fledged recruitment solution. We'll be running their payroll solution as well. And we'll start building smaller apps for them, which will integrate a lot of existing apps of theirs and help them to speak with each other. So we'll start offering them from an infrastructure, we'll add people as well as the advisory solution in them, wherein we'll try to catch them very young in their journey, probably in their respective country, and help them understand as to why India is the right option for them, rather than catching them here, speaking with them as to this is what we can offer them. So that is essentially what we're trying to do. From our portfolio perspective, 70% of our portfolio is in tier 2 cities. So for us, obviously, tier 1s kind of acts as a showroom wherein people visit, understand what we are, and then they consume the solution from us in tier 2 cities. So yes, GCCs are growing, definitely picking up, but not to the scale as to the volume that tier 1s are offering. It's just that the base of tier 2 cities is so small that the growth in percentage terms looks to be very high for us, while on the value terms in tier 1 cities is massive.
Got it. Anju, I have an interesting one for you because, there was a mention of landlords. And of course, landlords and operators are both partners in a deal that you do. One can be a hero, one can be the second lead or anti-hero, depending on who the landlord is. But I wanted to ask if you all could suggest one change in the relationship efficiency that you all have, what would be that in the coming years that you would expect the landlords to do for operators to sort of grow within the portfolio?
Can I first ask a question to the audience? How many landlords are sitting here? I think that will be my first question, but yes. The reality of this is that this whole flex business and this whole hospitality of it, and this is pretty much my informed view of it, will only work provided landlords, tenants, operators, which is all three in the food chain, actually look at the dashboard from the same set of eyes. If each one is going to look at it differently, then there is absolutely no way that there is a future beyond a certain point of time. So you will keep having these adversarial conversations, which is on lease negotiation, which is carpet kaun pay karega aur kitna carpet hai. And I think that's pretty much what's going to keep happening. The model will eventually have to get institutionalized to where a landlord gets a superior return for the land that he owns, which is either through a PropCo or through a management contract model. And the operator gets what they bring in, which is the brand excellence, which is the talent that offers that service predicted. The brand, the flag, which actually gets people into the door, and the technology which makes it scalable. The tenant brings in the money, and of course, the understanding of the business and what is it that value that they get. So in my opinion, the three will have to work together, as opposed to currently the way that it is, that it's either a straight lease or something else. And I know a lot of landlords are warm about moving towards a management contract model, but that really will have to be the future. That's number one. Number two, step towards it has to be that when we say this flex business, the whole flex means flexibility. How can we provide flexibility to a tenant if I don't get that flexibility? Because then I will be only answering analysts that there is a asset liability mismatch, which I'm sure you went through when you went through your listing. So which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because nobody asked me this question as a hotelier, that what happened to the asset liability mismatch. It's only in this business that it comes like that. So I think that flexibility needs to be able to built in to be able to get those superior results. And the third, I think, is a bit to do with our own industry. And I think the transparency and professionalism has to come in, so that the landlord does not feel that the rents don't come on time, the leases don't come on time, there's lack of transparency, I don't know what is the utilization, is my asset value being secure. So I think all these three will have to work together to move towards it.
Got it. As we speak, I'm looking at the clock and I want to wrap up the session with closing comments from each of you. If you could just wrap this up in like 30 seconds each as your closing thoughts for the session. Rahul, you want to start?
So yeah, I think what current discussions were, they were quite wise thoughts, and what you just said on the landlord, definitely I think it makes a very important aspect here, because it's an integration of a collaboration between offerings with all of us are wanting to offer to the client. It can't be a different slate that everybody is operating on. So that mix with the landlord of thinking that we are bridging in and bringing a much more value to the building. Also, I think it's no more a new start or something which is new to anybody now. We are all established kind of offerings that we are offering. So they need to really understand that's a value addition which is happening to their asset class. That's one. Last, I think, yes, flex and managed office and GCC, all these are something which have been trending and they'll still grow from here. A little bit better infrastructure, also that support from a tier 2, tier 3 cities. I think all of us are seeing a lot of trend going towards tier 2 and tier 3 also. Currently, what we are in 18 odd cities, out of which 9 to 10 is tier 2 of our presence. So I feel a better development which happens there. Slightly more focus from a overall infrastructure that comes in there from an F&B and social infra, which will automatically drive, because talent is there. Better affordable rentals are there. It's just the developer making a better building and having a better social infra if it comes in. From our tier 1 cities, I feel, yes, overall connection. So like for Bombay, in next 2 years, if the metro just connects each and every land parcels and the pockets of office markets, automatically that will transform the city drastically. So, from our aspect, I think A-grade building is what we are looking at, better tenant profiles. I think increasing that presence of enabling the enterprise solution. And lastly, I think overall support from the brokers to really have such kind of plans which can enable our kind of margins to give those kind of solutions. So yes.
Rahul, thanks for messing the 30-second rule, but Anshu, quickly.
Spoken like a true broker, na? At the end of the day. Actually, thank you very much, Sapna and the Realty Plus team, because events like this actually start bringing in certain amount of education, awareness, and conviction about this being a serious asset class. And not just being the side one. So I think thank you very much for the team for doing this, and not just doing it here, but they've been, doing it at scale, which is really, really good. My firm opinion on this, like I say, as is just, it's a hotel asset class. It'll move towards that similar playbook with some dissimilarities. The brand playbook has to get a little stronger and better. But this business is definitely here to stay and is evolving, and the script is not yet completely written.
Umesh?
I personally feel that there will be a lot of consolidation that's bound to happen with the advent of capital hitting a lot of players ke balance sheet pe. So a lot of inorganic growth is going to add in the next couple of years. That's one. And second, acquisition models are going to be going to get more innovative now. Like we have tried a couple of them. We've tried PropCo. We are doing currently development management models as well. So there would be skin in the game from the flex operator on the development side as well. And developers would also start leaning towards supporting the flex operators in terms of actually making this as a flex solution to the end client.
Got it. I think that was a very, very fair sort of viewpoint from everybody on the tier 2, tier 1, how the growth is going to be, what the challenges are, especially on the landlord side. And I wish that this is seen by more and more landlords. If there are any questions, we've crossed our time, but if there are any questions, we'll be happy to take a quick one. No? We can just wrap it up then.
Yeah, that's a good motivation. Maybe so you can connect with them in the networking zone, but as of now, please a big round of applause for all of them. And once again, I request Ms. Datta from Flip Spaces to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to our esteemed panelists. A big round of applause for all of them, please, ladies and gentlemen, if I may request. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may request, थोड़ा सा जोर से आप लोग बजाओगे ताली तो उनका motivation जो है that will hit sky high in the true sense of the term. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया to all of you for being with us over here. Best wishes moving forward. We look forward to having all of you the next time when we do this event as well. Thank you. All right, it's now time for a Flexi Talk session. This is going to be on the topic, the Flex Power Shift. Who will lead, who will scale, and what comes next? I'll quickly repeat the topic for you all once again. This is going to be a talk session on the Flex Power Shift. Who will lead, who will scale, and what comes next? I have two fantastic speakers over here joining Sapna Srivastav, the Honorable Editor of Realty Plus. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, she's an architect by qualification, and after an active architectural practice of more than a decade, she forayed into the field of journalism in the year 2006. Her work has been published in some of the major national newspapers, and she has also been a regular guest expert for real estate shows. But given all the milestones that's alongside or attached to her name, the most incredible thing about her that she remains very, very humble and rooted. Clap it up for Sapna Srivastav, please, ladies and gentlemen. I request Sapna to please come up on stage. To join Sapna on stage, I have with me a veteran leader with over 30 years of experience in sales and marketing across the telecom and real estate sectors. Known for his strategic vision and people-first leadership, he has held senior roles at leading organizations such as BPL, Mobile, Tata Teleservices and DLF. At Space One, Kerala's largest co-working space provider, he has been absolutely instrumental in scaling the brand from 5,000 square feet to over 5.5 lakh square feet. But I hope that's a manifestation. 5.5 becomes 55. That's how it is. Ladies and gentlemen, across 22 plus centers in just 4 years, co-founder and director marketing at Space One, James Thomas. Can we please have Mr. Thomas over here on stage? That was a manifestation moment, sir. The slip of tongue, 5.5, hopefully becomes 55. Thank you so much, Mr. Thomas, for joining us. My next speaker over here to join Sapna and Mr. Thomas is a qualified chartered accountant, and as a co-founder and visionary steers My Branch's mission of establishing a pan-India presence while building strong partnerships with Indian corporates and also MNCs. He has already spearheaded ancillary ventures such as meeting rooms, virtual offices and managed offices, and starting with My Branch's first office space in Jamshedpur, it has grown steadily to 80 plus offices in 75 plus cities in India. He's committed to realizing his vision of opening over 300 My Branch Flex offices within the next 3 years. 300 is the mission for the next 3 years. I hope he gets to do 3,000 in the coming years. Clap it up, ladies and gentlemen, for the co-founder and CEO of My Branch, Kushal Bhargava. Thank you so much, Mr. Bhargava, for joining us over here. Some great numbers I mentioned, 55 lakh, 3,000. I hope when the numbers are achieved, I get the due credit for mention. Jokes apart, clap it up for them, please, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a phenomenal Flexi Talk session led by Sapna. And over to you, Sapna, your timer for your reference over there.
Thanks, Shubhajit, for those wonderful introductions. And, we have had a full day of discussions on flex spaces, how things are changing. Everyone talked about how it's become a complementary to the traditional commercial spaces, traditional offices. My question to, we are going to give and very honest answers, I would expect.
Sure.
So, as I was telling my speakers, let's be controversial. Not zabardasti, but not for the sake of it. So, how has this change happened? Now the flex spaces have become from fringe to mainstream. So, how has that shift happened? Kushal, starting with you.
So I'll go back in time actually when the dot-coms, were there. It's put it in one word, I'll say outsourcing. Many years back, we got into outsourcing where BPOs came up, IT companies came up in India where they were looking at contracts. So same way in real estate now, flex space is the BPO, the outsourcing which has come into play. So it's just got started. I would say it's only been since COVID that the industry really has picked up. So, we can't even call it a decade because it's not even 10 years now. So with the BPO industry growing and seeing the heights it has seen, I would replicate and say that the real estate flex space is going to be in the same manner only. And that's the evolution which you're going to see. So when it started off with co-working, now it's managed office. People are talking about managed services also now. So there's been a lot of progression in the way how co-working has developed. And as an operator, I'm saying, on behalf of all the operators, that when you're working at around 80% plus of occupancy, it means you're doing a good job.
Okay.
So it also shows that there's an acceptance of the whole industry. So the shift has been because of outsourcing. Let the main guys whose forte is design, whose forte is better space management, let them work on that.
Okay, fantastic. So that's what Kushal has to say, from BPO led to now becoming the managed spaces. What's your take on it?
There was a perception among the companies and the people that flex offices are temporary offices. That is, in fact, after COVID, that is totally changed. In fact, if you look at the fast growing organization, for them, nowadays the business is very dynamic. You don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. Probably the kind of expansion you are into. If you go to a traditional office, that may not be good enough for you to expand in a large way. So that is the relevance of flex offices, wherein you can scale up so fast. And in case, if you wanted to scale down, that is also very much possible in a flex offices.
Okay. So now there is a growing acceptance. There is a realization that if you want to scale up, this is the model that works. It's no more short-term office space. It's now a long-term.
Absolutely. And moreover, it is more cost-effective also when compared to the traditional office.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah. Kushal, you're concentrating a lot on expansion mode, tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So why tier 2 and tier 3 cities? What is the attraction there?
First mover advantage, I would say. Where all the other co-working players are talking about metros and 2 lakh and 5 lakh and, zillion amount of expansion that they're talking. The tier 2, we've seen in the earlier sessions also, where the absorption has been less than 2 to 3%. So if you're able to get into newer markets and you're able to get a head start, it gives you a lot of confidence, especially in tier 2 where the customer base is very loyal. So, in a tier 2, they're not looking at too many changes. They're happy if they're able to get in early. Also, what companies see in tier 2 is that the cost is lower by around 30%. And how I come to that figure is basically in terms of salary. The salaries are lower in a tier 2, tier 3 city. The job opportunities aren't there so many. So because of that, even the attrition is lower. And also there's a marginal difference in terms of rental. So if you put all these three together, I would definitely say there's something like a 30% cost reduction. Even if we talk about GCCs, we talk about large multinationals. There's a lot of play in tier two. And what also is there is that the number of educational institutes are much better in these cities, than in the larger cities also.
Right.
So the talent pool availability improves. There's a better quality of life. So from a operator perspective, it is, I would say, definitely the first mover advantage, because the amount of supply isn't really there. So
Okay.
if you're able to take up the supply faster, the business is just going to be around the corner.
So tier 2, 3 cities, as Kaushal says, the demand is there, but the supply is not that much because most of the big brands, flex brands, they want to concentrate on the metro cities. And that's where, Kushal Bhargav is now tapping into. James, you are, as you mentioned that you are, you have a strong hold on Kochi, you have, and you are in other southern states. Do you think the regional player has a more advantage to a person who's, coming from different cities, opening up one center?
Yeah, Space One is operating from most of the southern Indian cities like Bangalore, Coimbatore, and Kerala, Cochin, Trivandrum, and all these places. The advantage for a regional player is that they have a better deep knowledge about the markets, in fact, and they know what exactly the client is looking for. And so, of course, the from a client perspective, regional players definitely can give them better real estate solutions, because they know every nook and corner, and probably they can get a better deal also from the local landlords. So that could be an advantage for the local regional players, in fact.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just to add, I think what's also important is that the regional players get relationships and emotions, because they're right there. They know how to manage the emotions of the customer who's sitting there with them. So that brings a lot of confidence to the client who's there, that if there's a problem, he can just reach out to the person sitting right next door.
Right,
Which a
right.
larger player really, it runs more of a structure. It's more of, logging the call and going through that system.
Right.
So regional players get in a lot of emotions and a lot of stability into the client sentiment.
Being local works in favor of them. Yeah. But a lot of talk has been happening about a lot of people are going asset light, a lot of people are doing acquisitions also in this segment. How is this? Again, we have spoken about it, but the investor, the landlord, and the flex operator. So all these three stakeholders, plus let's say the client also. So these three are the four stakeholders in this ecosystem. How is the relationship changing among all the four? So James, starting with you.
Earlier, it used to be operators were considered to be tenants, just like tenants. Now the approach is more of collaborative in nature. Like a good flex operator can definitely enhance the asset value creation for the landlord, because he can get multiple clients, his occupancy level goes up, and it is nowadays the landlords are, instead of calling as a tenant, now they would like to partner with the flex operators in the business.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
And in terms of investors and all, how this relationship is working out along with landlords?
So I would say basically now the landlords have become the key player in the whole ecosystem, because believe it or not, a lot of places, the landlords are only the operator. And in many places, the landlords are also the investor.
Yeah, a lot of developers have also now come into
Yeah,
this segment. Yeah.
So because of that, the whole industry is revolving or leveraging more towards the people who have the supply. And also over a period of time, it's no more for a landlord or a builder. It's no more about rent realization. Now it's more about revenue collaboration. They are ready to take the risk.
Right.
They're ready to partner. As he mentioned, that landlords are now looking. They're not looking at tenants. They're looking at partners. They're looking at how they can increase the footfall, how they can get better brands, because that is something which they don't have, within their DNA. And when you come to investors, it's a difficult play right now at the moment, is because this business is very heavy in terms of asset, and in terms of returns, they're yet to come. So from investment, I think investors have to be a lot more patient at the moment.
Okay.
But there is still a lot of money being pumped in. In fact, we had 4 to 5 IPOs last year, from the flex space. And yeah, I think, the whole ecosystem is evolving.
Right, that's right. Now, again, as we were talking earlier, there are more than 500 co-working brands or players in the system. Do you think it's time for consolidation in this segment, both of you?
I mean, from my point of view, we feel sustainable and disciplined growth is more, appreciable, in fact, rather than heading for a big time, very, large expansion. I think your business has to be sustainable. You need to look upon your occupancy level.
Yeah.
So that is more important.
So sustainable and disciplined growth
Absolutely.
is what,
Absolutely.
that is how one can
Absolutely.
scale up.
In fact, people like us, we always focus on asset-light, structures wherein we would encourage the landlord to do the fit out as per our specifications, so that we can expand in a larger way to larger markets soon.
Right, right.
That's what we are.
Asset light and disciplined approach. What do you have to say, Kushal?
So I would not say it's time for consolidation, because, I'm looking at it a bit differently. The reason is because as of now, there's enough food for everyone. So it's not that, someone is not getting the growth. The industry itself is growing between 20 to 25%. So there's enough food for everybody to eat. So consolidation will happen only when there's a stagnation in terms of revenue, there's a stagnation in terms of solutioning, or there's stagnation in the industry. And I don't even see the S of stagnation right now being there.
Yeah.
And along with that, what is going to get more important, because the industry is going to get commoditized. So may not be today, but after a couple of years, everybody will be pretty much providing the same solution. It's just that the coffee is from CCD and one guy's coffee is from a Lavasa. So it's going to be more cosmetic differences only. So what's going to become important at the time of consolidation is value proposition. What is the value that you're bringing on the table other than real estate? So everybody is, what's the plus that you're getting? So are you helping in terms of the compliances? Are you helping with recruitment? Are you helping with P&L management? Are you helping as an investor? So people are looking at a lot more other solutions that are coming. And once there are USPs, once there's a solutioning, at that point of time, the consolidation will start. So I personally feel at the moment, the consolidation doesn't look very, close by, but if there are transactions going to happen, they are going to happen. There will be some distress sales too, but there's still a lot of headway.
It is still a young market. It's
Yeah.
still evolving. It's still, so it's too soon to say that, now the consolidation is happening right now. Since morning, we have been only listening all the positive things about this segment. With my two speakers, if you can give me one negative thing about this segment, what's the negative of this segment, James?
I think there are too many operators are coming into picture now. So ultimately, the key differentiators are going to be your technological advantage and your customer centricity. I mean, you can't fool a customer now.
Okay.
Because they're all well informed.
Okay.
So I think
So too many players without any feasibility study or without
absolutely,
any
absolutely.
business model, they are entering this segment, which is not right for this segment.
In fact, as Kushal rightly said, I mean, even the landlord himself is going to become an operator now. So that is probably, that may not be his cup
They
of
do
tea,
not
in
have
fact.
expertise here.
So absolutely. So there are cases where they have closed down their operations also.
Okay.
So
all
that is
right.
one point I thought maybe.
Yeah. So that's not right.
So I'm happy you've said only limited to one. Okay, so I'm only going to think of one then. And of course, it's going to be on top of what he mentioned. It's return on capital. So the amount of money that you deploy and the return you get on that is not exceptionally great. It's not exceptionally great exactly because of the reasons that he's mentioned, that there's too many operators, there's a lot of competition. So at least I'm looking at it more from a finance lens, because I also come from a CA background. So
Right.
I think more from that side only. So I think the return on capital is yet to go north of where it is, and it'll still take some more time, and exactly for the same reason that he mentioned, that too many operators, too much competition, and yes, the business is moving towards the solution getting commoditized.
Okay, the solution getting commoditized. But let's close it on a positive note. What does the future look like to both of you? Will we see Flex becoming more like a full service platform in next 5, 6, 7 years? How do you see the future?
Probably, maybe after some time, people may not ask you for an office, traditional office space. They may come back and ask you, I'm looking for a office space solution partner who can give a 360-degree solution for their requirements. That will include custom built offices for their office. I mean, for them to have their office, and technological, advantages, and whatever support in terms of customer centricity we need to offer them.
All right.
That's
As a
what the people are
solution
looking for.
partner,
Absolutely.
workspace solution partner.
Correct.
And I think it is happening when we say enterprises are coming in, managed offices are happening. That's, I think, the step towards that. What do you see in the future?
Yeah, so the future is definitely what every flex operator is looking for: long-term contracts. So the long-term contracts ensure sustainability. They ensure that the money is going to continue keep coming in. So a lot of today's flex solution is working towards, as I said, in terms of the longer lease. Also, people are looking at EHS, which is employee health and safety. People are looking at ESG. People are looking at how you can be carbon neutral. So there are a lot of aspects or a plus which a customer is expecting today. And with the name itself, FlexSpace, people are looking at FlexSpace to be flexible in terms of design upgrade, flexible in terms of scale up and scale down, as James also mentioned some time back. So the future is a lot evolving. It's still, the industry is still evolving. Coming to the first part which you said, the industry already has its stage already there there. So the category is already been built. I don't think the category needs to be built much more, but I'm seeing already a shift from a co-working player to a managed office. Now I'm seeing transition already to a managed service. So managed service is now where you're taking all the pains away from a customer by you're saying that other than space, other than real estate, I will look at everything else. So, even if the housekeeping guy is not there, I'll take care. If your staff is not there, I'll take care of recruitment. I'll take care of your compliances. Okay, if you want me to help you with your collections, I can help you with collections also. So I'm seeing again a very fast forward transition from, I personally felt that managed office would be there for a longer duration in the market, but I'm already seeing people transitioning, including some of the operators here today, have already transitioned to a managed service. So a lot more evolution, a lot more, probably with AI impact, there's nothing which I can quantify today, but technology impact will also be there in the industry for sure.
That's right. So I think to recap the entire conversation here is, like our speakers said, that flex spaces segment is still evolving. There are a lot of positives because there is a lot of demand, especially in tier 2, tier 3 cities, even in metro cities. The regional players are getting very strong, like Space One. Demand is there. A lot of players are also coming in, but yes, we need to have more perfected, disciplined business models. Those are the people who will be able to scale. And as both our speakers here said, now the shift is toward managed services. Now they will be looking at a workspace partner rather than a workspace provider. And that is what the future is like. But there are downside as well, what they have pointed out. But overall, I think the flex spaces segment is something that investors are also now looking at. If developers are now looking at entering into this field, I think investors are the ones who will follow. So thank you so much for that wonderful crisp and very, very from the heart conversation about this segment. So thank you for being here with us, talking to Realty Plus.
Thanks, Sapna.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sapna. Thank you so much to both of you for joining us over here. Can you all clap it up a little louder for them, please? I know this is the session before lunch. Jitna zor se aap log bajaoge tali, you will be even more motivated for lunch, which is just after this. I'll request for the token of appreciation. Sapna, I'll request you to give it away to our esteemed speakers. Thank you so much. We would like to do a nice group photo with this fantastic trio. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much to both of you for joining us. Thank you so much, Sapna, for doing this. Ladies and gentlemen, no brownie points for guessing. We are now going to be breaking for lunch. This is going to be a 30 to 35 minutes break for lunch, and then we'll be resuming very, very shortly. Thank you so much. We'll be moving ahead with the PropTech Excellence Conclave and Awards, and with this we also come to an end of the Flex Space Conclave. Thank you so much. We'll be beginning very, very shortly post-lunch in the next 30 to 35 minutes. Thank you.
Check. Hey, check, check. कुछ भी नहीं आ रहा है क्या? सही आ रहा है.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to one and all. Thank you so much. I hope you all have had your lunch and you all are ready for the second half. This is going to be the PropTech Conclave and Excellence Awards 2026. We'll be beginning very, very shortly in the next 2 to 3 minutes. I request everybody to please kindly take their seats and settle down, and especially occupy the chairs over there at the front first, so that our guests who are joining us later can occupy the chairs at the back. I request everybody from behind to please kindly come forward so that the chairs in the front can be occupied first. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back post lunch. I'll request all of you to please kindly settle down. My dear friend, Mr. Kedia, and everybody over here, good to see you. Thank you so much. I'll request everybody to please kindly take their seats and settle down. We're all set to begin with the PropTech Conclave 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 8th edition of the Realty Plus PropTech Conclave 2026. I hope you all have had your lunch and we are all set to get going right now. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very warm welcome to the 8th edition of the Realty Plus PropTech Conclave 2026. We're joined by some of the sharpest minds in real estate, digital and PropTech ecosystem, the leaders who will share bold ideas, real-world insights and strategies that are currently shaping the future of this very, very dynamic and engaging industry. We'll be right now having a panel discussion on the topic PropTech as a growth engine, scaling real estate with speed, precision and control. I'll repeat the topic once again for you all for the panel discussion. This is going to be about PropTech as the growth engine, scaling real estate with speed, precision and control. I'll be first introducing our honorable moderator for the session. With more than 29 years of diverse experience in nurturing businesses within sectors such as telecom, BFSI startups, and now the technology-driven real estate industry, he possesses a broad range of expertise across sales and marketing, AI, private equity, management consulting, and business analytics. In his role as Chief Strategy Officer at Anurag Group, he is responsible for overseeing the overall strategic direction, product and technology innovation, marketing, and the group's venture into AI. He's at the helm of building new growth ventures for Anurag Group and has built and scaled up to 5 to 6 interesting business lines. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage the CEO Growth Businesses CPTO Chief Strategy Officer Anurag Property Consultants, Mr. Sunil Mishra. Thank you so much, Mr. Mishra, for joining us. Pleasure to have you. He'll be moderating this session. I'll be now introducing our speakers in alphabetical order. My first speaker is a chartered accountant with 20 plus years of experience across corporate finance, venture capital, and startup operations. He currently leads Earth Fund and serves as chief mentor at the Brigade REAP. He previously helped scale L&T's Sufin's GMV to 100 crore per month and held leadership roles at Baytree Ventures, Axis PE, and Acumen. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about the head of Earth Fund. Please clap it up for Abhay Garg. Thank you so much, Mr. Garg, for joining us. My next speaker over here has over 25 years of experience and has been providing advisory solutions to a cross-section of multinational clients, both public as well as private entities, in evaluating risks and opportunities of their investments in real estate and hospitality projects. He has extensive sectoral understanding of both domestic and international, with vast experience across various asset classes, including residential, commercial, office, retail, hospitality, industrial, warehousing, you name it all, he has done it all. Ladies and gentlemen, the deal advisory, real estate and hospitality head, transport and logistics, KPMG India, Chintan Patel. Can we please have a big round of applause for Mr. Patel? Thank you. My next speaker over here is an Indian PropTech and Deep Tech entrepreneur who is pioneering AI-powered LD mapping solutions that transform physical developments into intelligent, immersive digital ecosystems. With a strong focus on spatial intelligence, data integrity, and scalable SaaS innovation, he is positioned Propical as an IP-led technology platform serving leading real estate developers and institutions all over the country. His work bridges infrastructure with digital intelligence, enabling faster scales, cycles, greater transparency and measurable operational efficiency. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about the founder and CEO of Propical Technologies Private Limited, Deepak Dureja. Thank you so much, Mr. Dureja, for joining us. What a pleasure to have you. And my next speaker over here, ladies and gentlemen, established the Propertist, a pioneering PropTech platform in the year 2014 with the vision to bring transparency, credibility, and digital empowerment to India's real estate broking ecosystem. Over the past decade, he has led and executed high-impact digital marketing and brand campaigns for leading developers and channel partners across Mumbai and other key markets. Under his leadership, the Propertist has managed marketing budgets exceeding 50 crore, delivering measurable ROI through data-led strategy, funnel optimization, consumer insight mapping, and integrated performance marketing. Ladies and gentlemen, the founder of the Propertist, Hitesh Agnani. May I have a big round of applause for Mr. Agnani, please? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the first panel discussion of the PropTech Conclave over here in 2026. The stage is all yours. Can we have a bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Lunch ho gaya, I'm sure the Josh is on top. Can you all clap a little louder? My esteemed audience at the back, can I have a bit of participation, because they'll need that motivation from your end. The session post lunch is always difficult, right? So anyway, let's encourage them a little more. Thank you so much, and over to you. The timer is there for your reference.
Thanks. Sorry, what's your name? So thanks, Shubhajit. Yeah, we can see 3958 here. So clearly there's pressure from the organizers. Thanks, Shubhajit. I didn't understand some of my introduction there, but I hope it was all good. Thanks, Shubhajit. Yeah. Great. Good afternoon, and welcome on behalf of Realty Plus to our sort of esteemed panel. The topic is revolving around PropTech, and we'll sort of. As I was joking with someone that I don't really care what is after PropTech, because we know only this much. So we are going to say the same things. What are the topic beyond PropTech? I'm Sunil Mishra from Anurag. I'm the Chief AI and Strategy Officer for Anurag. So I'll moderate this session. And when I say moderate, it's not that there are going to be some extreme views here, but let's have a good dialogue here. I'll start off with your permission, taking a step back and spending about 2-3 minutes on the trends in PropTech for the sake of the audience. And people who have attended my panel discussions before, it's 80% the same stuff I say, which is good news. I don't change it. So quickly taking the history of PropTech in India, Indian real estate, or technology intervention in real estate. So the story is like 30 years back, and we are just making fun of age. We are doing age-related jokes just now. So the whole PropTech thing started off with computerization and internet, right? 95. Email and SMS marketing were the first two salvos on the marketing side to be released. Real estate sales started happening through these two sort of channels. And then in early part of 2000s, something magical happened. Search and online went, search and discovery went online. So 2005, 2006, 2007, 99 Acres, Housing, and Makaan.com, 3 portals were formed. 1995, the first portal was formed in Australia, realestateaustralia.com, and internet was started in 1995, www, December. So real estate is not a Luddite. REA was the forefront of the internet revolution, and REA today has 20 million users, by the way, in a population of 22. So that is the first portal. India was pretty fast to catch up on. And 2007, 2008, of course, Facebook and Google entered the market and changed the whole digital marketing, which you are sort of a denizen of. If these 3 portals had got some years, possibly one of them might have become the Google of real estate. Like Zillow is in the US and REA is in Australia, where you go to Zillow.com if you want to find the price of an apartment or anything about apartment. In India, unfortunately, we go to Google right now, and the first 3 sort of SEO searches are Magic Bricks, 99 Acres, and Housing.com. So that was the search and discovery going online phase. Quickly moving 2010, 2015 was the back office automation phase. The ERP, the CRM, LMS, lead management system, which sort of telescoped into the CRM. And there were companies like Infor, Velocity, FarVision, Indian based ERP companies. CRM, of course, Salesforce came later, but Lead Squared, Sell.do, these companies provided a lot of back office automation to real estate developers. And then the pace started moving fast. We had pandemic, and I think Chintan, you sort of mentioned that AR, VR, XR, and digitalization of sale happened. The first time digitalization of sale happened, which is virtual conference calls for sales started. And that was a sort of a heady and confused phase when we didn't know how long that will last. But AR, VR was there. In between, crypto sort of came in, bit of flatter to deceive. AR, VR, XR also obviously have not really fulfilled their potential. They still have a lot of work to do, and possibly we will talk about that a bit. And then 2020s, 21, 22, predictive AI algorithms came in. Some machine learning models were implemented. We have done some in Anrock. I'll talk about that if these guys give me a chance. And last 2-3 years, of course, November 2022 onwards, the world is different. Gen AI or OpenAI launched ChatGPT, and a bunch of chatbots and voice bots, and everyone and his dog wants a sort of a voice bot in front of the sort of a panel. So that's a quick 3-4 minute sort of journey of technology in real estate, if you may, and I have the benefit of living through that, most of it. So with that sort of background, and there's a bit of AI thing which I'll talk about later and add to your points. But I'll change gears and move to the smarter guys sitting on the stage here. And this is going to be a sort of a open-ended discussion. I'll pull in Deepak and Hitesh to talk about their sort of PropTech businesses, and then Chintan and Abhay, who have got a vantage point, bird's eye perspective of the industry in India and the world. I'll just invite them to talk about the PropTech space in general. So, and post that we'll have some questions. I'll talk about the structure after that. So, do you want to start off and then talk about your business? What problem are you solving, and what do you do?
Yeah, hello. Hi, I'm Hitesh Agnani, founder of the Properties.com. I come from a family of real estate business, being into the business for the last 4 decades. And when I, started out, the whole idea was to help this industry, help this community. Properties was started to help the broking community use technology, right? Where some platforms were using technology to sideline them, I thought there has to be a player in the market which really stands by them, gives them the technology to be on these digital platforms and be found, right? So we started the Properties in 2014 with the idea of helping the broking community, giving them the tools that are required, helping them with the technology, helping them with digital marketing and their marketing needs to provide them the business that they require. And it's been 12 years. We are yet trying to, crack the model of broker discovery. Right, we want to help people find the best brokers through our platform, and I'll be very happy to share that we've been slowly and successfully able to change people's behavior from property first, listings first, to broker first. Right, so we are seeing trends and patterns where brokers are getting direct inquiries directly on their profiles and not just their listings. So usually when people would search for property, they would start by looking at discovery. Obviously 90% of the discovery of real estate has moved online. So usually what the behavior in India is that they look for listings, and then if it is through a broker, that is when they contact the broker. What we are seeing is a shift in the behavior where people are also now looking for brokers first. Right, so this is where the propertist comes in. And apart from that, we've been doing performance marketing campaigns for the last 10 years now, because we understood that just having brokers and giving them the tools is not sufficient. At the end of the day, the industry requires business to run, and even as a business we had to generate revenue for ourselves. So being bootstrapped, this was the best way forward for us. We had ventured into digital at a time, and it took convincing. Plus brokers registered. We have 1,000 plus active brokers on our platform, and we have managed, I think 50 crores was a number that they mentioned. We are very close to 100 crores of funds that we manage on digital platforms. So there's a lot of learning that I will share that I have seen over these last 12 years on how consumer behavior has evolved. Post COVID, how we saw a growth after COVID in 18 months, the growth that we saw, we'd not seen that kind of growth in the last 5 years before that. Right, so how people adopted digital, how they, digital became the first choice for people. So this is something that I would like to share, and that's a brief about my journey and my business.
Fantastic, Hitesh. Hitesh, so does your 100% of business come from brokers, or there's some developer-based business as well?
So to be very honest, when we started off, 80% of our business was broker-led,
right,
and 20% was from developers.
Right.
And slowly what happened is post-COVID, because there was a boom in the real estate market, right? Brokers were yet at 60-70%, but developers always had deeper pockets, but their spending patterns were more towards offline. So when they realized the importance of online and the kind of sales that the brokers were bringing in using, leveraging digital marketing, that is where I feel developers understood that we need to pump in more money into digital marketing. And to be very honest, today as we talk, we are at 75% revenue from developers and 25% from brokers.
Fantastic, got it. 75 developers, 25 brokers, and 100 crore of media spend now.
Yeah, we've
well
managed
done.
almost, yeah. All
Great.
close.
Thanks a lot for that. Deepak, do you want to go next? Tell us what PropPickle is all about, and what is the pickle all about? What's on the brand?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, Sunil. Hello to my panelists, and good afternoon, everybody. I know it's very difficult post-lunch session. Me and Abhay were talking कि यार ये lunch के बाद तो बड़ा difficult होता है, and we took a pledge कि सबको जगा के रखेंगे.
We'll speak the truth so that
And yes, I was avoiding this. and we discussed कि हम जो बोलेंगे सच बोलेंगे और सबको जगा के रखेंगे, because हिंदुस्तान में सच थोड़ा कम हो गया, तो we'll talk truth. So my name is Deepak Dureja. I am the founder and CEO of PropPickle Technologies. PropPickle, the name, some people do ask me at times, कि what is PropPickle? So actually, me and Vinayak, who is here with me, he's a founder along. We were sitting once way back in 2018 when we booked this domain, and we were sitting on a lunch. And so there is where property plus pickle, came up as PropPickle. So we always thought कि यार कुछ ना value add करना है market में. The way real estate is being presented, the real estate is being sold, the real estate is being bought. Let's add some flavors to it. This is what we do at Tropical. Now what we do, we are a mapping technology company, and so we are majorly into spatial intelligence. What we do, we play on the maps in 3D. We take a map, we take your project. If you're a developer, we take your project, we create the whole experience of your project on the map. Now you may ask, why maps? Maps is one integral part of us since ages. It's there in our DNA. Okay, we know where we have to go when we sit in our car. We know the way to our house. हमें पता है कितना देर लगेगा. Even then we follow GPS. It's by default is there within us. When you talk about real estate, you know, you use all the tools, but सबसे पहले आप लोकेशन मैप खोल के बैठते हैं क्लाइंट के साथ कि सर ये हमारा लोकेशन है, ठीक है, वो पिन. So that pin, what we have done is we have added life to that pin. If you see over the Propical, you will see a pin over I, you know, and that pin is clickable in my solution. You click on that pin and you start exploring things. You get inside, you know, you explore where exactly the project is. You go to each and every landmark in the city. We create the whole city on the map in 3D, sir. That is what we do. Schools, colleges, hospitals, malls, markets, all catchments, we create them real time in 3D. You can interact with them, you can revolve them, you can see how far it is from your project, how much time it will take, distance, travel time, route, everything. Okay, just not that. Then we get inside the project. You can explore everything, each and every amenity of the project in 3D, in 360. Then you can go to each and every floor and see how the view will come up as 3 years, 4 years down the line. You can see it today. And then you can get inside the apartment. Okay, you can have a tour. And we just do not stop here. When client is doing this search and doing site visits, client कहता है सब कुछ अच्छा लग रहा है, location समझ आया है, product समझ आ रहा है, floor भी समझ आ गया, unit भी समझ आ गया. Shall I really trust this developer? Then we add a thing called brand story, in which we cover the story of the developer in 3D, all the projects done by the developer on the same pin. That is what we do. Now, what is happening with this is, it is helping the sales team, it is helping the channel partners, it is helping the buyer. They are making much more informed decisions. This is what we do at Tropical, sir.
Fantastic story, Deepak. So clearly 3D maps plus the AR, plus the visualization of the project itself. Well done. And Deepak and I worked together in PropTiger, so हमने same अचार खाया है.
Yes,
So
yes.
Thanks for that, Deepak. Great
Oh,
story.
it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be there. Absolutely. You are definitely a legend for us. You know.
Yeah,
and
thanks
fantastic.
for calling me older. Yeah. Cool. So thanks for the exciting story. And now coming to the wiser sort of people. When I say wiser, I mean as compared to me. So
Are you kind of referring to my age or something?
touche. You got back very quickly. Chintan from KPMG. I'll pull him in to just take a step back and sort of describe the whole sector, the space, and then whatever could add value to us with any data and stats if you could throw in, please, Chintan.
Sure. Thank you once again for having me on the panel. Just a quick thing. So as what he alluded to, the age, been in doing real estate and hospitality for the last 25 years, 10 years out of India, 15 years in India. And what I can tell you is, based on my experience, I think real estate was one of the few sectors that was probably the slowest when it came to adopting technology. But it's also the flip side, it was the fastest within the shortest period. So when it realized that technology is probably a lifeline and adding serious value to the business, I think it's very good to know that they're very commercial minded. The day they realized that technology was value accretive, everybody adopted technology. And suddenly in the last 5-7 years, and Sunil, you can correct me, you've been doing this as long as I have. The adoption in the last 5-7 years has just been massive, right? And this is not just India, even at a global level. So I remember in my time when I was in the US and Australia, when I was working, nobody used the word PropTech. While everybody had technology, technology was a very basic nascent word for real estate. And even today, when I look at India, I think there are a set of developers, a set of users and buyers on the other side that have really adapted technology, but there is also a set of people that still need to adapt technology, which means there's a long way to go. But today, when I see the intervention from the time a developer can think of launching a project to the time they develop it, to the time they manage it, and the time they exit it, technology intervention is there at every single place, right? And that is really good to see, which is bringing serious efficiencies. And we can see that developers that have adopted technology are getting that kind of a response from the market over others who have not adopted it. You can see interventions, and some of them that Sunil pointed out, from design to sales, across the board. We see kind of technology intervention, including fintech side, right? So today, even the plugins from the banking system, right? So all stakeholders in the value chain, in the ecosystem of real estate, have adopted and have some or the other plugin to the developer ecosystem. And that is why I think there's far more efficiency and a far bigger play that's happening. Again, being part of the deals world, just broadly in terms of numbers, while the definition of PropTech is fairly wide, and that includes co-working and kind of banking side and all of that. I think over the years, investments in this segment have been kind of fairly all over the place. We've seen one year when it was north of $1 billion, and I'm talking about India now, to a year when it was as low as 100 million, to last year, which it was closer to 500 million. But when we kind of split this 500, what we realize is that the pure play PropTech investments is sub 100 million. And that is why I feel that players are doing well, but I still feel, and sorry for saying this, I think India needs these PropTech players to get to a certain scale and size. And that is when I think we will see far more efficiency and far more value getting created. So that's my 2 cents on the business.
Fantastic, Chintan. So thanks for adding the global perspective as well. And Indian numbers, I hope you guys got it. $1 billion in a year, $500 million right now, and 100 million pure play PropTech. So by no measure small, but still a long way to go, as Chintan rightly summarized. Thanks for that, Chintan. Moving to Abhay. Abhay has got a super vantage point from being a private equity VC sort of a chair and seeing a lot of PropTechs pitching to you. So could you sort of just add to what Chintan said and give us some glimpse of what the PropTech space in India and the world is all about?
So I have the benefit of being the youngest on the panel. By that I mean my exposure to real estate and tech, because all you guys are super veterans out here. I have had a career spanning across investing in edtech, clean tech, and agri tech before my exposure with PropTech and real tech and sustainability. So very fascinating, and I'll tell you why. Because it is a very rare sector in certain few dimensions, right? It is a rare sector to the extent of which it involves both brick and click, right? Because if you're looking at only clean tech, it's a lot of brick, while there is tech in solar and cells and everything. You need land and you need to generate power. You look at fintech, it's a lot more clicks, right? I was the CFO for a fintech. We disbursed loans without meeting the ultimate borrower. Completely digital journey, seamless journey, and that's what fintechs are wanting to do. And banking is moving in a manner where I haven't visited my bank branch, I don't know when, right? And then you have edtech. We know how it has been a journey where you can still, at $10, you can buy a course or a video on YouTube, right? To real estate, which is bricks and clicks, you cannot eliminate the bricks, you cannot eliminate a site visit. And it's not the transaction or the journey, what I call from pre-sales to pre-land to post-sales, is 5 years. It's not 1 month, it's not 6 months, it's not 1 year, it's not 1 quarter, it's 5 years from the time a land is scouted to a time when it is sold and post-sales. It is multi-asset class, which means you have residential, commercial, retail, warehousing, and you have data centers now. You have 3 more elements to it, right? Which is, so I'm laying out the dimensions and then I'll get to where, interesting pockets are. It has got 3 more elements, which are again very interesting. It has got SaaS. It has got, because it's bricks, it's got alternate materials, and it's got platforms now. When you talked about the evolution, it was very interesting, very educative. And what I'm seeing since 2022 is emergence of platforms, right? And that is where, for whatever reason, unicorns are getting created. If you think the 4 or 5 unicorns in our sector: LiveSpace, Oyo, Infra.Market, and Office, right? And there are a few more in the pipeline. But disproportionate number of unicorns, if you consider the underlying number of deals. Number wise, you're right, absolutely, Chintan. I think when you scratch the surface, when you look beneath the surface, we started Earth Fund, but I was surprised when we started Earth Fund, we were the first PropTech fund in the country, right? And that told me a lot about the sector. It sort of made us nervous, but having done accelerator program for 10 years at Brigatory, we knew we were in the right spot, because I believe we are at an inflection point for these reasons, where we are where fintech was 6 years back. Right, we are where some of these tech plays were with an intersection of a core sector 6 years back. The time is ripe because of 2-3 reasons, right? One, real estate is secularly growing. We all know that the penetration of tech in real estate is abysmally low. Interestingly, the adoption of tech will only increase when there's a change of guard. That is undeniable. We are seeing that. Let's be very honest, and that is beginning to happen now, which means that your tech spends are likely to grow. And with that base effect, if the tech spend even grows by 1%, we are talking about at least 50 unicorns, because that's the size of the sector. And that's how long the value chain is, right? And hence, I think for us as a fund, as a professional and as an investor and as a mentor in this sector, I'm excited. I'm excited, but there are limitations to that excitement, simply because I think the risk that we see as investors in the sector is still lie around adoption. I think the quality of entrepreneurs has improved because they can see it's a supply demand game, right? They can see that there is demand, as you rightly said, and hence there is supply of technology in entrepreneurs. Having said that, do I see as many entrepreneurs as I have seen in other sectors in my career? Not there yet, right? While pockets have a lot of noise. I was discussing with Hitesh very openly, broker networks or sales side, because it started in 2015. Still very crowded. Am I looking at intersection of fin and prop? Not as much. Interestingly, the first recent company we saw intersection of health and tech or real estate. We work for doctors, charging doctors by the hour for using a facility where everything is designed for doctors, like a WeWork would design for hospitals, for offices. Imagine you set up a facility which can do that. But that's the first of its kind. We can have many more, because we know how much the medical fraternity wants to practice on its own. And that is the biggest barrier. So I'm seeing emergence of models. I'm seeing many more platforms than there are needed. I'm seeing a lot of noise. I'm seeing a lot of interesting, as I said, ideas. And hence I'm excited, because I know that the sector can absorb capital in the next 3 to 5 years very easily. I would want to see more variety. Valuations are not as stratospheric. Also, inherently, you will not, as an investor, end up doing loss funding, because we are all, 80% of our journey is B2B. If you think a real estate journey, 80% is B2B, and B2B by definition, you don't need to spend money like some of our quick commerce firms to acquire the customer. You don't need to burn money, right? So it is a very interesting positioning, and we are happy to be the first movers as far as the fund is concerned. But then there are other, risks at play. But we are scratching the surface, and hence very exciting. I think we are very well set for the next 5 to 10 years in this journey.
Fantastic. I think there were 31 bullet points. So well done, yeah. And I'm cutting, but really, so thanks for helping the sector out by defining the complexity of the sector, a 5-year cycle, a multi-asset class sale, the sheer physicality of the sale process itself. So easily, not a easy place to build tech companies. And the 50 unicorns, I think that was the headline. So always there is one headline from a panel discussion. So there's scope for 50 unicorns for PropTech and in the coming years. And that's music to all our ears, right? The young PropTech founders. There is good money, there is smart money, but it's a discerning. That's what is the summary again, that the model will have to be seen. And the B2B thing was again a super sort of a nugget there, that possibly, and then most of our businesses are B2B, possibly the revenues are coming B2B. So we're in that space, don't have to build a retail brand. And we'll talk about whether you can sell homes on Zepto at some point in time, taking the quick commerce thing. Yeah, so there's 20 minutes. We have 2 rough areas. So we are going to go deep into 2 areas. One, so first, and I'll ask all 4 of you to sort of chip in and in reverse orders in the first and second. So one area we'll talk about the level of automation that's happened in the sector and the data readiness. So I'll club the data with that. And the second would be AI, right? So on what's happening, what's Citrini and what's post-Claude, post-Codex sort of world. We'll go there as well, but step by step. So first, let's have the panelists talk about what's your view on how automated the sector is, which part of sectors should be automated, digitalized, and how's the data? Whichever points you guys think that you guys know more about. Yeah, can we start off with you, Hitesh?
So when we started the PropTech and when I started my entrepreneurial journey, I saw most of the stakeholders were managing their data offline or maybe physical forms, right? They had these files, and the ones who were a little tech savvy were having it on Excels and Google Sheets. Okay, so that was the best they were doing at that point of time. And it was very difficult to convince people that this has to be automated. Now when I talk about marketing in PropTech, because we are in the marketing space of PropTech, when it came to even leads, right, these leads were being managed on Google Sheets and Excel, and they were taking printouts, and even today to a point where printouts have been taken and given to the pre-sales team to make calls on, right? So I feel real estate is always late to the party. The technology adoption has been very, very slow. And it's been a very difficult journey, especially pre-COVID, where we really had to convince them, please use technology. You can, really automate a lot of stuff. So what we started doing, I can tell you my journey, and what we started doing is we saw that these leads were going on a Google Sheet and then they were being called on the next day. So we put in an automation plug where these real-time plugins, where the leads, as soon as they generated, they went on to the advertiser's phone. Okay, so we were first in the markets to automate that part, right? So the leads were going real time, the feedbacks were coming in real time. So this is something that we saw, and we did in terms of data automation and ensuring that all what we are generating gets catered to ASAP, because the turnaround time in marketing really matters a lot, and that is where your qualification ratios go up if your turnaround time is really good. So that is one place that I saw in front of me what really came in from Google Sheets now. And also one more thing that I've seen is adoption of CRMs. Like earlier, CRMs were like something alien for people, right? Now I feel even with any new campaign that we are doing, any new media spends, with any kind of, even a real estate broker, they have some or the other CRM with them where they are managing these leads on. Earlier it was all on Google Sheets, they had no CRMs, they had no setup for follow-ups. Now every client has a CRM, and it's by default our delivery team will ask them, do you have a CRM where you want us to plug in all the leads? And this is a change that we've seen in terms of data. So yes, real estate, I think recently they have adopted new tools, and they are looking to adopt more such technologies.
That's a huge change. You say most of the brokers are using CRM now. So they have a lead, one single view of the customer, and so on and so forth. Fantastic. And you are sort of living in the trenches with those guys, so you know this firsthand. Deepak, do you want to continue on any parts of the sector on level of automation, back office, front office, CRM, or digital, and what is the level of data readiness? Is it? Because the data readiness will take us to the next question of AI. Yeah.
So I tell you, I think it's rightly mentioned by my friend that so see, what beauty we have in our as a human is that we are very good at adoption. And if we won't adopt, we'll perish, right? So I think this is the need of the hour. If we talk about what's happening back in US, what's happening back in Australia, as you just said, Australia has 22 million population. Out of that, 20 million population has downloaded REA, right? So I think we are on that stage, and rightly mentioned by Abhay also, कि developer ने थोड़ा सा भी spend बढ़ा दिया तो unicorn बन जाएंगे बहुत सारे, and that's a fact. So coming to the point, now what we do is, now we are working on one more very interesting thing. We are working on buyer behavior pattern. Okay, so leads very important. Okay, marketing very, very important. Right, on time approaching the client is very, very important. It's all about who approaches first, right? If you leave your lead even for 15 minutes, it's stolen by somebody else. You know, somebody else will probably approach that, and probably by then 10 people will approach that one client. This is what it is happening. Now I say this is all happening. Now we have gone a little step ahead from here. Now what we are trying to do here is we are working on buyer behavior, as in the solution that we create. As I say, you know, we create all landmarks. Okay. And there are very important decision making things कि मेरे property से school कितना दूर है, college कितना दूर है, hospital कितना दूर है, mall कितना दूर है, main road से कितना दूर हूं मैं, metro station से मेरा घर कितना दूर है, railway station से कितना दूर है. Now what we do is on our IP based you know solution that we have created on Propical, on the mapping itself, we study the behavior कि किसने कितनी देर किस landmark पे time spend किया है. You know, and believe in me, Sunil, people do decide property basis that. People do see कि यार मेरा बेटा मेरे घर से कितना दूर जा रहा है पढ़ने के लिए. How far? भाई दिल्ली में it is 5 kilometer का हमारा वो चलता है. You know, the school has to be, the residence has to be within 5 kilometers. If you are applying, you will get additional points. So we, what I'm saying is that technology we have taken to that level. Today we are you know studying those behaviors, and they are very, very important. We give study to the developer then. You know, that this is what is happening, these many clicks, these many things are happening. Then we are very closely working with town planning authorities. We create the whole city on the map for a town planning. For example, we are working with Noida Authority, we are working with Yamuna Expressway Industrial Development Authority. And when you visit any authority, you see those very complex maps, right? What we do, we add life to that map. We make them interactive, those maps. Then you, on a click, you can see which sector is where. And then we have also added features like disaster management mein kya, which is the fastest route which can be taken. All this we are doing basis data only, you know. So data was always there, please understand. It's not that data ki kami hai. It is all about data ka utilization kaise ho raha hai. This is what I think AI we are talking about tech. So see, पहले पेपर पे लिखते थे लीड्स, फिर हम एक्सेल में लिखने लगे, फिर एक स्टेप और ऊपर गए, you know, we started maintaining records, then came ACRM, you know, and then came more, you know, CRMs. You know, then we launched features like Uber Ola, के जो पहले click करेगा lead उसकी. You know, there are so many things happening. So data was always there. I think it's all about the way we are playing with data. As simple as this. This is what we are trying to do. How can we add value to people life? We are genuinely solving real day, real time problems. This is what we are doing at Propical, sir.
Fantastic, Deepak. And just a curious question there. So you will be a treasure trove of information at some point of time if you are really mapping and digitizing the consumer insights as well. The things that you mentioned that, hey, a customer decides based on the distance. So if you're really tabulating it and sort of capturing all the data, at some point in time, that data will be sort of worth its weight in gold for developers. So well done. Yeah.
Thank you. Let me tell you one more thing here. Now we are going a little ahead from here. World is talking about sustainability. World is talking about reducing carbon footprints, and we have already started working towards it. If you are visiting a site on my solution, suppose, okay, this is the center, this is your property, okay, these are the landmarks, you know. Now there are two options: either you visit everywhere, take a car, set a odometer to 0 and see how far you have gone. B, on my solution you are visiting everywhere, so it will define ke you have traveled this much of kilometer and you have saved this much of carbon footprint.
Fantastic.
So we are adding all these features. We are trying to match what the world needs today and maybe tomorrow, what our kids would be needing. They should be aware. For that, we have to start creating things today. And we have to start thinking in those lines, what is needed for the society.
Superb, Deepak. That's goosebump stuff. Thanks a lot for that. Chintan, you want to sort of take a step back and just give us your view on level of automation, data readiness, and of the sector itself?
Sure. So having worked with clients and just a live case, right? I don't think even the corporatist of the developers have their data in place, right? And
I was guessing that, yeah.
It's not to do with them not doing it. It's just historically we've never collected that much data in the form that can be added to a system like what they have created, both of them have created. Once it is there, then you have user cases for the ML AI piece to actually then throw out stuff. Now, if 10 years back, the sales agent never collected the data, and if there was a piece of paper which is archived somewhere, now to convert that into a usable data becomes very, very difficult. So what you have is a data that is fairly new, which is not a bad thing, but what it misses then is the historical trends of how things have happened and what are the learnings of it. But I think a practical example for me is the question that a developer asks is, Chintan, kharcha kitna lagega? And
The $1 million question.
and what is the ROI? And the other question is, agar ye aaj 10 option hai, what should I take? And tomorrow if I take A, if I don't work with A, if I have to then restart to a B and to a C, how does whole thing happen? So technology, while I think it's definitely a boon, I think it needs a lot of educating the developer, the buyer, but also at the end of the day, real estate, as what I said, it took time to adapt it, but once they realized the value, they moved fast. I think developers count every penny. So while it's good to have them help raise revenue and save cost, but if this is going to cost money and time and resources, they will expect an ROI, and unless there is a reasonable ROI in play and their adoptability is like, ठीक है यार, 2 आदमी को लगा दिया, काम हो जाएगा, कल से मेरा customer भी देखेगा, तो ठीक है. Or then you just have a CRM for the sake of saying that I also have a CRM and मेरा भी AI ML पे data record होता है, ये होता है, and then you just use those words in meetings with your customers. But the real use of it, I think at some point will have to depend upon the ROI of this technology than anything else.
So that's pretty sobering. Just take a step back and no, but
I came from the customer side, the business side.
Yeah,
No,
the
you're
whole
right.
cash flow. Sorry,
Can I just add one thing?
Please,
So I
please.
think
Yeah,
what
quickly.
Chintan is mentioning is true and correct. But see, I'll just put it like this. It's about let's go a little back, 10 years, 15 years only, not much, okay? 15, 20 years back maybe. हम मूवी देखने जाते थे सर, नॉर्मल थिएटर थे, सिंगल स्क्रीन थिएटर होते थे, 20 रुपए से 50 रुपए की टिकट मिल जाती थी. आज हम फैमिली के 3 लोग जाते हैं, 2000 रुपए लग जाते हैं, but we still come back happy that we have spent good time. The smell of popcorn, which comes and attracts us, for a 700 rupees tub of a popcorn, but we still spend it. I think it's all about, again, behavior. समय लगता है थोड़ा सा, but we have to give them the taste of things. With this, we cannot stop कि यार ये ले नहीं रहा तो हम बनाएंगे नहीं, हम बनाते जाएंगे सर, और हम make sure करेंगे हर कोई लेगा आने वाले समय में. This is what it is.
No, I'm with you on that. See, I think the need is there. Again, it's just educating the buyer on the ROI, right? This is, at the end of the day, it's an ROI play.
100%. That's what I'm saying. So people who are using it are already analyzing and have seen के ROI है. That is why. So I tell you, my repeat rate is close to 40%, sir.
Good stuff, Deepak. Sir, Abhay, since time is ticking, can I ask you to sort of merge the AI piece as well, and then we'll move
Yeah,
back?
no, sure.
So all your comments on automation, data, and AI sense of readiness. What are the AI use cases? If you could start, and then we can go in the reverse order.
So I think I'll combine. I think for
Thank you.
us, the way we are looking at solutions and investability, we have simplified it to say, how do we rate solutions or interventions on 4 parameters and before after? The 4 parameters being cheaper, faster, greener, safer, right? And alluding to your points on ROI, does it build cheaper? Does it sell faster or build faster? Or does it make it more green, and does it make it more safe? Why did I say it in this order is probably the reason we have attached weightages, but this is the order in which it gets evaluated, because it has to be cheap first, it has to be selling or helping build fast, and then green, and then safe, right? That is the priority. Now the question is, what is before and after? And I have found very interestingly solutions or technology making life hell after. Why? Because my site engineer doesn't want to be eliminated, is resisting change, is getting threatened. So while there are a lot of things that happen top down, when it comes to implementation, वहाँ पर उसकी band पिट जाती है. yeah, there is resistance, and the HODs founding from the promoter to the HODs to the field and line, behavior and acceptance can be all over the place, right? Data is for me secondary, but just the resistance to change and acceptance is a bigger barrier, right? Because people see the elephant in many different ways. Yeah, there are 6 blind men in the room and they're touching and feeling the elephant very differently. Now, coming to data and AI, I think, again, I'll go back to saying pre-land to post-launch and after launch, right? And after sales. Land is taking time and resources from a particular team and department. I think land and around land is where a lot of the financial commitment and time goes. I don't see a lot unless, digitized data and records and, title and legal tech. Very limited use cases, plenty of data which needs to be automated and digitized, lot of gap, but still a lot being done through hunch and network and whatever that means, right? Then you move in the value chain from there to design. That piece is really doing well on automation, not as much on data. It's about automation. How quickly can I turn around design? And actually the turnaround time is needed to be badly crashed there. At least we as a group are working on how we can go to GFC, which is good for construction drawings, in the fastest possible time. And that's where you have real scope, and we are seeing some interventions. Then you move to construction monitoring. That is where things get very tricky, because there is material involved and there is men involved. And when men and material interact, the results can be whatever. So their construction monitoring, imagine camera mounted helmets and, LiDAR based technologies, all of them meant to monitor construction, expedite, lot of cross purposes. Data is there. Data limitation is not as, or data requirement is not as high. It's about monitoring. Then you move into sales. Sorry, I'm just breaking down, but sales, very, very useful as far as AI, automation, data, leads, management, VR, voice, chat, agentic, lot of work getting done there, right? And including post sales, let's say residential management, MyGate, or tenancy management, monitoring mall traffic, analytics, plenty happening, plenty. But how do you monetize it? The question is, how do you monetize and who will pay for it? That is where the payment comes into play, right? While there is a lot of good tech, a lot of fancy tech, and you are aware how, we can capitalize on the tech, but I'm not yet excited because I'm not able to see how money will be made. So that's our thought process, and that's how we're picking up pockets on data and AI.
Pretty comprehensive, Abhay, thanks. So I'll just open it up a bit by talking about some AI tools that we have built so that you guys can then chip in and add. So there's I was telling you guys a bit in the green room that the first step was the data, and all of you said this in the last 5-10 minutes. So in my company, at least, we started collecting data 8 years back. So we have like 8 million leads, which have given 120,000 bookings at 1.5% conversion. So it's almost like a giant spreadsheet with 8 million rows and 284 columns. The first 3 columns are mobile number, email, and name. And then as the lead interacts with the company, it keeps on populating. So that data we used to create predictive ML model, machine learning models 5 years back, before AI had become sexy and glamorous. And those models are predicting at the top of the funnel if the customer is serious or not, or if the broker is serious or not. And the junked and failed leads, they're going in and bringing out false negatives. So that whole thing has given a 5 to 6% revenue lift. So that's the ROI piece as well. So I'm addressing a couple of points there. And then November 2022, when ChatGPT came, then we started building chatbots. So the conversational piece got solved with that. So now, of course, there are chatbots talking to home buyers. I've got 125 chatbots of 125 projects. They're talking to brokers, bringing them in. There's a referral genie, which is asking for referrals. There's a night genie, 9 p.m. to 9 a.m., 22% of leads come. They're engaging with that. And the output of the generative AI is going into predictive AI to improve the models. So it's a pretty intense ecosystem that can be built in real estate if one wants to. We have not sold it, so we haven't answered the question of ROI. It's a secret sauce for us, but that's what's happening in sales and marketing ecosystem at least. So anything you want to add, Chintan? And
one question for you now. Yeah. Let me just kind of
yes, for sure.
I don't have anything to add after what Abhay said. So
do we have 2-3 minutes more, guys? Do we have 2-3 minutes more? Can we? Yeah. Go ahead.
Abhay covered everything, so he didn't leave anything for three of us. So,
yeah, he talks in a framework.
the three of
isn't
us can ask you questions now, Sunil.
Yeah, please, yeah.
No, so I think one of the things you mentioned, right, where chatbots are doing a lot of conversation with, do you think real estate sales, right? Because you touched on the very important point. Me as an end user, as a buyer, am I convinced on buying a 3 crore, 5 crore in city like Mumbai, even a higher priced thing with a chatbot conversation, or do I still need physical human intervention? And is that really important in real estate as opposed to some of the other sectors?
So 100% of our sales are done through humans. So you bang on, you hit the nail on the head. Our North Star metric is to automate the sourcing part. So sourcing and closing, the two part of sales. Closing, we have decided not to take the problem statement at all to solve it. So it has to be handed over. So from lead to site visit, that journey, and by the way, 70% of salespeople are involved in sourcing, 30% in closing. So that piece we are trying to solve. And again, our North Star metric is not to reduce employees, is to assist them. So the KPI that we measure is AI assisted booking, which has gone to 18%, by the way, in the last 2 years. So 18% of all homes sold are assisted by AI. But the superb question, the physicality of the sale, which Abhay had mentioned, sort of leads to that.
So I would like to
Hitesh?
add there, and you rightly said that, at the end of the day, your clients would need ROI to put money in. What we are doing is we are plugging in all these, new gen ML and AI solutions into our offering. What that does is eventually when they spend, say, 100 rupees with us, they will make 300 bucks because of these plugins that we put in, right? So the kind of ROI that they would get earlier would be for 100 rupees, they would make 200 bucks. But now with these solutions that we are offering them, plugging that into our solution, we are not charging them separately. Even for us as a platform, we have conversational AI that we've integrated. And as you rightly said, the biggest challenge is from lead generation to lead visit, right? That's the biggest pain point in the industry when it comes to marketing. That is where AI is really, really moving things fast. So what used to happen is a pre-sales guy would call on a lead, okay, understand the requirements, send the details, then again give them a call. So with AI, what's happening, that first line of conversation is done through AI. So AI can, that conversation can tell us what the requirement is on basis of configuration of their budget, when is a good time to call them. And the biggest problem that people would not pick up their phones, even when these pre-sales guys, because most of these numbers are flagged, right? So with AI and WhatsApp, what we've done is we've integrated WhatsApp conversational AI, and that is really automating a lot of things for us, making people take faster decisions. What we are also working on is lead scoring, which tells the teams who are working with the clients that are working with us, which are the leads that you have to call first. Okay, anyone who's interacted with our WhatsApp bot and given the data points and has come from, say, sources like Google search or Google discovery platforms. So we know these are the most likely to convert. So AI will learn these patterns, score them better so that our clients get better ROI. So we don't really have to sell them these solutions separately. We did try that okay, we'll, these AI plug into our campaigns, we'll sell you. They didn't want to buy it.
Fantastic.
But when we plugged it in for free, we saw our retention rates go up.
And cost per site visit, cost per qualified lead fell down, and that's why they are asking you for more.
I think data, there's a lot of data in real estate, right? It's not being structured properly. With these new PropTech companies coming in, the first step is to structure the data, as you rightly said, so many columns of data. Correct. If you structure it well, you can have ML and AI on this data. And this is similarly what we are doing, mapping all the fields, using conversational AI to bring in more data points, and then putting an AI layer over the top, LLM layer over the top, which will train on this data, right? And as it trains on this data, more and more data coming in, tomorrow we can even assist developers what configuration to launch, right? What sizes work? When is a good time to call a client?
Correct.
Right? So how fast a conversion happens? Right. So much happening. I think I'm really excited. I think we are really short of time.
Yeah.
But there's a lot,
time is up. So it's
one
unfriendly.
Deepak, why don't you
do the last line?
Yeah. So I think there are two takeaways right now what I saw. First is we agree that we run lack of organized data. So data is there, it's not organized. So I think it's a big market. Anyone wish to make a big business, go to these agencies, go to the government and tell them कि हम आपका data streamline कर देंगे and give it to companies like us and we will build it well.
That's right.
First. So it will make life easy for them eventually, and it's a big market, I tell you. You would agree to this. Eventually this is what you have done. Second, okay, tell me one thing. What is the biggest defer reason for a sale in real estate? Well, what is the biggest reason of sale deferment? कि यार अभी नहीं ले रहे, बाद में देखेंगे या क्या है?
There's no urgency. The price is not increasing. Yeah.
So we did one study and we found not visiting the site. Okay? Not visiting the site और सैंपल फ्लैट कह सकते हैं, साइट कह सकते हैं कि क्लाइंट ने आपसे बात हो रही है, ओके, बट ही इज नॉट गेटिंग टाइम टू विजिट द साइट. आपने ब्रोशर भेज दिया, सब कुछ कर दिया, ठीक है, बट इफ ही इज नॉट एबल टू विजिट द साइट, ही विल से आई विल सी. नाउ दैट माइट टेक 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, 1 year. फॉलो अप चलता रहेगा, सर आइए, कार्निवल चल रहा है, गोल्ड कॉइन मिल रहा है, ठीक है, एंड XYZ. Understand. Now what we have done at Propical is we have launched Propical QT. Okay, QT is quick tour. कि कहीं मत जाइए सर, नहीं आ पा रहे, कोई बात नहीं, आपके घर आएगी साइट, you know. And we have given access card kind of thing to the channel partner who will just take Propical and run it on the smart TV of the client, and his whole family will experience the site, location, landmarks, everything. So I think, so if you cannot come to the site will come to you, and this is also adding value to the overall ecosystem, sir.
Brilliant, brilliant. So time flies in Brahma years when you are on the stage, is it? So time's up a long time back, is it?
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please clap and appreciate their wonderful insights that they've shared so far. I'm going to be calling upon stage Mr. Amit Baid, founder and creative director, ABC Brand Advisory, to kindly give away the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers over here. Do we have Mr. Baid inside the room? Is he around? Thank you so much. I'll request Mr. Baird to please kindly join us over here to give away the token of appreciation, and in the meantime we have the token of appreciations ready. He's ready? Huh. Yeah. Thank you. Please come up on stage, Mr. Baird. Thank you so much. That's Mr. Amit Baid, ladies and gentlemen, founder and creative director, ABC Brand Advisory. I'll request all of you to please kindly stand up in front of the tables so that we can do the token of appreciation. We'll do one group photo after all of them are done. Group photo together after all of them are done. Yeah. And once again, thank you to all of you for joining us over here. Can I request all of you to come forward, please, for a nice group photograph? Very, very interesting, very, very engaging indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. This was about PropTech as the growth engine, scaling real estate with speed, precision, and control. Thank you. We look forward to hosting all of you the next time. Thank you, Mr. Ved, for coming up on stage and doing this. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Six chairs now on stage. How many is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, superb. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to move to the second panel discussion, and thank you. Requesting all the speakers to join Apurva for the adjacent room to get the speaker bites done. We'll now be moving to the second panel discussion. This is going to be about from data to decisions, how PropTech is rewiring real estate strategy. Hanji sir, isko thoda aur is taraf kare. ये टेच है, इसको थोड़ा और प्लीज इस तरफ कीजिए. In the meantime, I'm quickly going to reiterate the topic. This is about from data to decisions, how PropTech is rewiring real estate strategy. My moderator over here, ladies and gentlemen, for this session carries over 20 plus years of experience and has advised over 40 plus developers, with the largest developer to a startup developer. His focus has been on advising and enabling developers on growth agenda, sales velocity, customer experiences, cost reduction, productivity improvements, and digital transformation. I would like to call upon stage partner and consulting leader, real estate EY Parthenon, Chaitanya Seth. Can we have a big round of applause for Chaitanya Seth, please? Thank you so much, Mr. Seth. If you could kindly join us to moderate this session. Thank you. Welcome. Swagat hai aapka. I would now like to call upon stage our respected esteemed speakers for the session, and I'll be calling them in alphabetical order. My first speaker over here is a veteran advertising creative director with a pedigree of defining major brands like Videocon and Manyavar. But real estate has always been his evergreen love, spread across India's leading real estate developers. If I put it in numbers, 300 plus real estate brands and over 1,000 plus real estate projects. His current passion is to nurture distinct real estate communications where brands and not just projects stand out. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Founder and Creative Director, ABC Brand Advisory. Give it up for Mr. Amit Baid, please. Thank you so much. Itna sannata kyun hai Mumbai? Come on everybody, you can clap a lot louder to make things a little more cooler. Thank you. My next speaker over here drives AI-powered innovation across real estate valuation, transaction intelligence, and customer engagement platforms. With expertise in predictive modeling, geospatial analytics, and recommendation engines, he transforms complex property data into actionable insights for developers, financial institutions, and investors. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Head, Data Science and Analytics, Square Yards. Give it up for Aniruddha Khopade. Thank you so much. I hope I got the pronunciation right. Thank you. My next speaker over here, ladies and gentlemen, is a seasoned Salesforce and business consulting leader, driving strategic consulting, solution excellence, and customer success at Manras Technologies. With extensive experience in CRM transformation and enterprise-grade digital initiatives, she plays a pivotal role in helping clients adopt technology in ways that unlock meaningful business outcomes and long-term value. As head of consulting, she's responsible for shaping Manras consulting vision, leading cross-functional teams, and ensuring seamless delivery of high-impact solutions across industries, with a special emphasis on real estate and customer-centric automation. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Head of Consulting, Manras Technologies, Aarti Saxena. Can we please have Aarti Saxena ji over here on stage? Thank you so much. Pleasure to have you, Ms. Saxena. My next speaker over here leads a next generation construction technology platform that enables smarter data-driven project management and execution, combines technical expertise with strategic leadership to drive digital transformation in the built environment. He's been recognized as the Emerging Achiever 2025 and the Young Achiever 2023 by AIF for his contributions to technology-led innovation in construction. And under his leadership, Collab Tools works with some of India's largest real estate and construction companies, delivering AI-powered solutions that enhance transparency, efficiency, and most importantly, result-oriented project outcomes. Give it up for the founder and CEO of Collab Tools, Nazim Siddiqui. Can we please have Mr. Siddiqui over here on stage? Thank you so much. There he comes. My next speaker over here, ladies and gentlemen, drives business operations, digital security, and enterprise transformation, and has successfully led major digital transformation projects. His expertise includes integrating platforms like Salesforce, I beg your pardon, SAP C4C, and SAP SuccessFactors, along with robotic process automation to enhance operational efficiency. An absolute strategic leader in the end-to-end implementations. He consistently delivers innovative solutions that enhance customer and employee experiences while ensuring robust cybersecurity frameworks. Of course, the head of IT and digital, Panchsheel Realty. Give it up for Raj Kumar Sharma. Can we please have Mr. Sharma over here on stage? Thank you. There he comes, Sharma ji. Thank you. What a stellar panel. Thank you so much. Can we all please clap it up and encourage this very, very special panel? Ladies and gentlemen, they have taken time from their busy schedules to be amongst all of us over here to share all their knowledge and wisdom and insights that they have gained over a period of time. The least we can do is clap and appreciate. So on a countdown of 1, 2, and 3, let's put it up for them, please. Thank you. And over to you. The timer is there for your reference. Thank you.
Thanks, Abhijit. Good afternoon, everyone. Warm welcome to audience and the panelists. So we are going to talk about how PropTech is rewiring the entire Indian real estate industry. To put things into context, if you look at last decade, this has been a complete seesaw curve for the industry. In the last 1 decade, we have seen customer profile changing. They are becoming younger, demanding experience-led. Lot of policy and frameworks, RERA, GST, putting a lot of pressure on transparency, accountability, which means that my process need to be far more automated. Single version of truth needs to be there. We have seen actually CIO, CDO gaining more and more respect within the industry. It actually becoming a boardroom agenda. Slow progress, yet to make a mark there, but yes, that's happening. Construction cost is increasing, pressures on margin is very high, which essentially means that are my site operations in sync and control? Can I control that? So lots and lots have changed, lots and lots of evolution has happened. The industry has seen a significant growth in the last 5 years. And nothing better than the fact that we have seen a significant increase in the PropTech as well. And that's genuinely reshaping. And I think that's what we'll try and unlock today, uncover today in terms of what distance we have traveled so far, what's the journey ahead, and how probably we can work as an ecosystem to kind of make that happen. And today I'm glad to see a very cross-functional panel. I have brand marketeer, I have people from developer industry, PropTech, data, everyone put together. So let me start with you, Amit, first. I think I mentioned in my narrative that customers are becoming young and experience-led. They are far more demanding. The last best experience is the minimum experience they expect. So how do you see the customer insights being used today, be it behavioral, transactional, whatever it is, to create a brand level differentiation beyond project level marketing? How do you see that happening?
Hello, everyone. The young consumer today, let us understand him. 2-3 words come to my mind: greedy, pretty greedy, and obviously tech savvy. And interestingly, not as price sensitive as the previous generation. You offer him something really exciting, he will rationalize his way into buying it, whether or not the perfect reason exists. Now, how does the data and analytics about his behavior, how is it shaping our marketing, our branding? I think one interesting fact is that Meta or Google, a lot of data, a lot of insights that they possess, they apply it for you when you market. But do they share those insights as much, or do they share those interpretations as much? I don't think so. So, in terms of insights, I think we have to go deeper. We are yet to go deeper. The platforms have gone very deep, but as marketeers, how much we know, how much we understand, that can go much deeper. Another point that I would like to mention is lot of understanding, lot of intelligence is in context to project sales. I don't think we are making enough effort towards insights and data which can help us brand a developer. So that is something that is at a very nascent stage, and that will eventually happen, but it isn't happening right now.
Thanks, Amit, for that. I'll move you to you, Anirudh. You have been championing data science for quite some time, and it amazes in terms of how data sets are becoming far more important. So what in your view has probably taken the most important shape in the last 12 months and you see becoming far more important in the coming years? Is it behavioral? Is it transactional? Is it geospatial? And it'll be good to hear any anecdote or any story where you have seen that probably data corrected a human intuition and said, boss, you were wrong, intuition was wrong, this is what data is saying. So if you can throw some light around that, that'll be really helpful.
So, hi guys. So one thing right now, as we are talking about the real estate sector, this is the most costliest product which could be sold to any B2C customer. irrespective means right now as we speak, it might be the largest contributor to our GDP. And even if you are, let's say Mumbai, even if you am taking a selling a 1 BHK once here,
biggest check of the life
ऐसे
है.
ही हो जाए. Plus the complexities of this selling real estate is the shelf life to conversion from your lead to conversion is too high. Averagely 7-8 months it takes. That's what our data looks like. Therefore, engaging that customer and keeping him engaged for this entire tenure becomes a challenge for us. And that's how exactly the data at our ends are also playing a role. It's not that you nudging a customer key things are coming up, but the moment you start talking more scientifically or data driven, then the customers become, as you were mentioning, key, the newer customers are much more you can say aware of the what's happening in the micro market and all the prices is. So the moment the sales guy is talking ki sir, okay, the micro market, the prices are increasing and so, the inventories are there. When he talks numbers, the customer becomes much more convinced about it. You're not selling any TV or anything or mobile. Some dream, and you can say, unfortunately, something he gets entangled for the next 10 years paying that loan. So the commodity, what he's selling, needs the customer does lot of research. In the same way, the digital footprints are casted a lot. You can say across all the platforms and these things. And we as a players, we definitely we look forward for this data. Means there are various data sets like consumer behavior, digital footprints, or the transactional data, various data sets. We definitely have to triangulate across these data sets to come up ki, okay, what that customer is really going to buy, what has to be pitched. Should I pitch 1 BHK, 2 BHK with balcony? Many things are there. Means the stories, means how we analyze the data key, how the demand signals on our websites are coming up. What are the highest keywords getting searched? So whenever we are selling some analytics to any developer or any players in the market, yeah, this micro market, people are trying to search more 2 BHK jodis or 3 BHK with balconies. Such analytics, when it gets triangulated with the real transactional data, we are able to, that's how our models are getting actually used. We are able to stitch the stories and the use cases, various analytics, the community analytics, or you can say in and around, you can say the locality analytics, geospatial data, as you mentioned. Mapping this entire data on a geospatial data, you can say the government geospatial. That's what the challenges is happening right now, and that's what somehow we have cracked it. If you see, let's say just take the example of Andheri East. You know what might have this, whatever we are talking about is a more of a postal addresses, but if you open up an index to, it might be Gundavli village, something like this. And that's where the actually the geospatial data from the government democratic data sets, what we are trying to map with the other digital footprints, and that's where the analytics are moving. So you drop it lat long or pin, you should be able to tell you what can be the market analysis, what can be the predictive, okay, what are the cadastral reports, or you can survey plans, or how the metros are going to influence. And this such things, when it's percolated, it's not just only the dashboards, but the moment this entire knowledge is democratized to nearly at the end level RM, then it becomes a really value add, or else it's a very sexy, you can say, looking graphs and the pie charts. But it needs to be democratized not only to the you can say RM or salesperson, but to the B2C customer also. He's taking a much more informed decisions, what I can say. So yes, data is playing a vital role. We being in one of the, you can say, most important sector, real estate, it has to be much more scientific in it. That's what I can.
I think great point. I think one thing which I'll take away is it's not one data set. It's a triangulation of data set which gives you an immense value. It's you have to kind of triangulate the data coming across. And again, very important point you touched upon is the data has to be democratized not only to the RM but even the customer. And that's the true game today. It's an information asymmetry. Today, when I visit the site, I know everything about the micro market, the inventory, the developers around, the competition, the rate trends, and you don't know anything about me as a customer. I think so. That's interesting. So I think it's evolving, is what you said, and I'm sure that that's the writing on the wall also. So yeah, great. Coming to you, Aarti, I think so. CRM has been a big story, at least in the last 3 to 5 years. COVID has accelerated not only sales but genuine a positive view around technology in terms of what it can do. And I've seen a lot of implementations, re-implementations, upgrades happening. So what, in your opinion, has been the most underutilized data process in the CRM layer, which probably is failing to achieve its genuine outcome of customer insights and product decision making?
Hey everyone. So I think Chaitanya, you partly answered this question in the previous context. The two gentlemen here said that, part of the equation is to understand how the customers are reaching out, what they really need. The other part of the equation is what as an end user I want. Where are my feedback going, right? So while we are driving, and it happens to be largely transaction driven industry still, right? If we are not able to understand what my customer is really looking forward to, I probably am failing in understanding the industry trends, what kind of expectation my customer is coming with, whether I can convert this customer into a second time customer or not, whether he will be an ambassador for me in the market. So I think a very underutilized data point is what is my customer emotions about me or my product, because once we start tapping in that information, it will become really important and it will really help me in deciding the next product mix that I want to come up with. Ensuring what kind of marketing initiatives I really need to plan, what is the segmentation, the customer segmentation that I want to tap in. And again, of course, from lead to possession and everything becomes very seamless, because I'm trying to bring customer at the center of my product mix. So that, I believe, is something that we still need to work on. The customer emotion, the customer response to the product that I'm launching.
A great point. I think while customer makes a lot of engagement with the brand, be it a site visit or be it online, if we are able to understand customer emotion, sentiment around that, which I think a few of the PropTech companies are trying in bits and pieces, I think that can unlock a lot of value. And I think what you rightly said is, it's not only in terms of making them a brand ambassador or something, but you also hinted on the fact that it can also help in terms of product shaping. So my next product design can be far more effective. So I think great point. So customer emotion, customer sentiment is what you talk about. Coming to you, Raj, I think moving from a system integrator to a developer, since you have been on both the sides of the table, we always talk about single version of truth, data not being there. ये CRM में है, ये ERP में है. The data reliability, integrity, accountability is one big challenge. How, in your experience, you believe that can be solved in at least a multi environment which have at least an ERP, CRM, and some apps around that to make it happen?
Sure, Chaitanya. So I will take this with the example of my own journey, because as you said, I was the part of both the side now, and I can understand the mindset of the implementation partner as well, and their execution strategies, including the client strategies and mindset of having the accurate data and clean and reliable data for their organization perspective as well. So when I was a partner, so my focus and my target is one: when I can complete my project, my deadlines shouldn't, I should meet my deadlines. And during the project completion, the data collection, data upload, cleansing activities, all are the part of the phase. It's not a accurate data hi aana chahiye, because for me it is a completion of my milestone. Okay, and definitely it's just a part of the mindset. So we work towards to achieve that milestone. And when I joined Punchil, we defined the clear strategy we defined the clear strategy for how we can get the clean data. Definitely, it's not only about the clean data. Before getting the data, how we can govern and how we can ensure the accuracy after the implementation as well. So I will divide in these two parts. One is while designing the system itself, we are ensuring the integrated ecosystem should be there. For each and single process, there should be a one source of truth. People should avoid duplicate activities in the multiple systems. So we ensured each and every steps, field mappings, and the data process should be captured in the blueprints, and it should be aligned with the business stakeholders. Second, from the go live perspective, before go live, we aligned the business stakeholders to discuss, to conduct the multiple workshops, to get the alignment of the not only the core team members, instead to getting the alignment from the business stakeholder as well. So this is the one part, because it's not only to conducting the workshop, but conducting the workshop on the right time. If you execute your workshops as per the defined milestones, then definitely it is a 2 delay. So my perspective is for the Panchil, what we have defined is during the baseline configuration itself, we started the discussion of the workshops on the cutover so that people can be aware the importance of the data. Second, after implementation, the accuracy, to maintain the accuracy and to maintain the team confidence, they should have to perform that data in the system itself. We defined adoption journey dashboards. Second one is the CXO dashboards, so that we can ensure team is performing their transactions within the tag defined, within the process what we have defined. Second, we also ensuring the senior management should take the regular reviews only on the real-time data, real-time dashboards what we have prepared for them. So these are the two parts and the whole journey how we are managing to give the confidence to the management, like each and every implementation we can manage with the accurate data.
So I think nothing beats data accuracy. So 2 points which you talked about. One is the right enterprise architecture, so there's no duplication between the two data sources. And secondly is adoption and governance, not only the implementation, but even post-implementation is what you hinted. So I think very fair, Raj. I think when we talk about data, Nazim, I think probably you will be the best to kind of answer. Data coming from the site, HOSO to Ferbi data, slightly easier. How, in your experience, what percentage of data you have seen coming from site when it is presented to the leadership is ready for decision making?
Depends on what data you present to the leadership.
Sorry?
It depends on what data you present to the leadership. If the data is coming from WhatsApp messages, it'll show a different picture. If it's coming from an ERP solution linked to a Power BI, it'll show a different picture. But if you call someone on the site and ask him what's happening on the site, it'll show a completely different picture. So Rajkumar rightly mentioned that there should be single source of truth. I think there is very little credibility of what the data that is coming from the site if it is not properly captured, if the capturing mechanism is not structured. Also, interestingly, we've been having the discussion of PropTech for almost a decade now, and somehow most of the discussion have been limited to customer experience, CRM, pre-sales, sales experience. A very little, importance or has been given to construction technology, where most of the capital is deployed, where risk actually materializes, and where physical value is created, which is where there is an entire journey of pre-construction, construction. There are labor involved, material involved. Your cash flows are impacted. Your collections are impacted because of what's happening on the ground. So before we discuss about data to decision, we should first make sure that the data is there, because there is a lot of data. I mean, we have ample of data about construction site, about what's happening on the ground and all of that, but it is scattered. because there are multiple teams working on the ground and in the office team. You have tendering team, procurement, you have contractors, you have suppliers, you have design, external consultant. Everyone is maintaining their own dashboard, maintaining their own tracker, and the data is scattered and they do not talk to each other. So structuring the data, getting the data on the right time, and having that sort of confidence on the data is very you have very less confidence. So coming to your original question, that what confidence do we have on the data that we have? Personally, if I say I have zero confidence, and if I'm the one who is monitoring the data and taking decision on top of that, because at the end of the day, I want to be sure that the data, I mean the information that I'm getting is accurate, is real time. I would not be interested in reviewing something that happened 3 months back in a quarterly review. So I don't think any data is relevant for making critical decisions.
So one, the data has to be relevant, has to be here and now data, not a quarter past data. And I can feel the pain when Nazim talks about the fact that people talk about the revenue side of the story, but I think that's the complete potential. And my narrative also talked about today, construction cost is significantly rising. Margins and prices are not appreciating at the level which the cost is rising. So you have the strong play to kind of make that happen. And I think probably a lot of education, I think probably cover the next round of discussion with you in terms of how probably we can make it democratize and make it happen. But a great point, Nazim. I think moving to you, Amit, I think we talked about data a lot. And another thing about this industry is also trust doesn't come easy. It's I'm selling when the excavation is happening. And you need to kind of build trust with the customer. How do you think the creative strategy backed with data, any technology you think can help build more trust in the campaigns and the brand building? If you can throw some light on that.
When was the last time we heard that a builder has conceived a project based on data from the potential buyer? So I think trust is something that is going to happen when we are deeply focused and we are deeply listening to the consumer and responding to that. While everybody is aspiring for trust, while everybody is claiming, every developer is claiming trust, are we listening enough? Do we have data, and do we have usable data which we can refer and which we can use to conceive projects and make every possible decision? I think that is yet to happen, and when that happens, it is going to impact the buyer developer relationship in a big way, and trust is going to come just naturally from that.
Okay, so I think same point I think Atul was mentioning in terms of data, understanding the customer and then making a product also, that also signifies that a lot. Okay, understood. Anirudh, coming to you, I think how do you think AI is actually shaping the entire value chain, be it transaction, be it collection, be it building what you're building, customer sales, and the forecastings of that? So how do you think AI is shaping largely forecasting across the value chain? If you can give any couple of examples in the entire value chain and talk about it, will be really helpful.
See, okay, I'll take a few examples of our own actually. So Square Yards is means the day the customer decides, okay, I want to purchase any flat or apartment or any property. We definitely helps him in the discovery, search and discovery. We help him in the site visits. We have a different vertical which is helping in the, you can say, facilitating the loans. We have the moment its possessions are nearing, we are helping with the interiors. If he's an investor, we are helping through a property management key to put it on the rent or everything. So we are touch basing every requirement of a customer, B2C customer, related to the gamut of real estate or properties. What happens, how AI, as you mentioned, how AI. So this one customer is fueling all our verticals. at a different touch points or different times. For us, that one customer is very, very expensive. And you rightly mentioned trust. Trust is a very expensive thing to achieve. We have to maintain key. It's not one time sell that flat. Yes, definitely means he's not a returning customer. He might not come after 1 year, 2 year to back to us. But we have to keep selling very different things every now and then to that same customers. The decision makers or the home buyers are quite limited. It's very, very small pool. So how AI, see right now, AI models, the LLMs, whatever, it hallucinates. It means, let's say a spoiled brat, a boy of its own, ki after certain prompt engineering, he's on his own. So the chat bots or many different tools we definitely use at our ends where actually helps us to engage with their customers on a various different chatbot touch points. But definitely this AI has to be fueled with the appropriate data. You can't rely on the open source, open LLM models to decide. No, it has to be fueled and backed and trained on the right set of data or more authenticated data. How we also, we definitely, we have been collecting the repositorying the entire transactional data. Even even the authenticated transactions has been done. You can't use that same data for deriving the right price of that sellable price of any property. The X components and everything is there. So one single data sets or AI models cannot suffice. See again, in this real estate sector, as I was just listening to the earlier panel, you cannot remove the human intelligence from it. It will always, all the AI tools are just to facilitate or enable that human interaction. That site visit in the real estate sector of ours is most important. Unless until he doesn't visit and sees what the flat or apartment or that land or property is there, he will not purchase it. You see all the VR tools and these things or the digital twin technologies which has been used. It's just to give a comfort to that customer. Okay, whatever you're buying, that's the best decision what you're doing it, and you're helping to visualize. It's a barren land, even the sample flats, it's a barren land. Whatever you're buying, it's the best thing is going to happen. So AI models in our firm and even in the sector are right now getting used to enhance the customer engagement, or you can say the experience, the wow, the comfort, and the trust to buy that purchase. See, I'll be honest, means we have been in this industry and I've been building the recommendation engines and many of the things. You know, what used to happen means many of the times sharing a funny experiences. Customer used to see on the website the digital footprints is 2 BHK with so and so budget. Our recommendation engine used to give a wow, these are the sets of projects you have to visit and select of it. When the site you visit used to happen, our RM used to sell something different only. So the data and the actuals are very much different. So I'll be honest, yes, all the models and everything which is coming up as an output, somehow right now at this stage, even availability of very transparent data, or you can say cross triangulating various different sets of the data also. We are still in a state where actually we more rely on the human networks, the channel partner networks to complete that human touch impact. Even the customers, whenever they're seeing all the inventory details and every when's rare all the data are flowing through various channels to showcase what's happening, then too that trust factor of that customer into the RM or who is selling the point of sale is very, very important. That I can say actually.
So I think you seem to be pointing towards the fact that there's a lot of distance to travel on the data front. And currently we are more dependent on the human network to kind of understand and make that happen. But I think interesting point you talked about in terms of customer experience and driving more value out of it. Adi, I'll come to you. I think I believe that when we talk to our customers, we talk about customer lifetime value. Gone are the days that wo ek hi purchase karega. Referral loyalty has become an extremely important thing. Suddenly, it's also a fact that is customer satisfaction score or a net promoter score, absolutely non-existent maybe 5 years back, are suddenly becoming important. Are you finding any tech solutions, AI enablers, which are actually helping catalyzing this? And do you think it is working right now? Any success stories you can talk about?
Story to hai. So basically, last year I met one of the CCSOs of one of our customers, and he called me in his chamber and he said कि आरती AI में क्या कर सकते हो, right? मुझे use cases बताओ. So I told them कि सर आप मुझसे AI मत पूछो, आप मुझे problem statement दो, मैं आपको उसका solution दूंगी कि आपको वो automation चल जाएगा और you really need AI to resolve it. We had a discussion, then I came out, there was backend support team sitting in the CRM flow, and they were like सब कुछ तो आपका AI कर देगा तो मेरे को क्यों रखोगे आप नौकरी पे. So I think while it is imperative to understand कि customer NPS score किस तरह से impact हो रहा है, it is also very important to know the internal alignment of a business with respect to AI. Right? While the promoters, the builders are thinking they really want to participate in this race of AI implementation to be ahead of everyone else, what we are also looking at is, apprehensions from the actual teams working with these builders, understanding where and how AI will really help them. Right? So I read it somewhere that AI could be taken as a game of snake and ladders. Right? While these people who are sitting on the floor, they imagine AI to be snakes, ready to hit them, bring them down, maybe push them out of jobs. I believe that it is actually a ladder for everyone. Right? Be it the customer experience, be it your internal, functions, your inside functions. I believe AI is an empowering tool which can really improve your, your efficiency in delivering the right solution to your customers. It can really bring efficiency in customer service module. Right? One thing that I really see happening for sure is how AI is going to bring a lot of improvement in how customer service becomes autonomous, right? And therefore, instead of putting 20, 30 people servicing the same repetitive kind of requests coming in from customers, you will have these autonomous agents servicing, reducing the time to service, bringing your operational costs down, and you will then be able to focus on the skills that are really required to make a deal close, right? Also, when we are making a sale, it is almost 700 to 800 touch points, starting from the product mix alignment, your construction sites, your people who are working on lead qualification, your site visit exploration and everything. I think there are a lot of places where AI can play a role, or a PropTech solution can really bring the right insights, to the business or the promoters. However, it is also imperative to know that technology can do a limited stuff only. So internal alignment, understanding why this technology is being bought and ensuring that your entire team aligns with it, it's equally important.
No, great point. And I'll just share one example. I know a few developers where now net promoter score or CSAT is part of their KRA and not a small percentage, 10 to 25%. That creates mindset change. Behavior is driven by metrics. And second, I think you talked about an example of customer service. Again, it's here and now. You've seen developers as simple as putting a customer app or a platform. Today, all your queries, resolutions which are being there, 40 to 50% can actually get automated through agentic AI. And I think that's here and now, I would say. So I think it's there. I think it's only democratization and how we can take it to the next level. So great. Thanks, Aarti, for that. Raj, to you, I think we talked about so many innovations, ideas. I think obviously all seem to be at a nascent stage. But as a CIO for you, there are too many choices, too much innovation happening. And in that, you probably get lost. How do you decide? How do you simplify to say so many innovations, great stories? How do you simplify and act onto that?
Absolutely, Chaitanya, and totally agree. There are so many innovation, and innovation is booming. There are the multiple platforms, technologies, tools for a single solutions. And for every week, there is a new vendor, new partner comes and pitches something promises which you feel, yes, this is the solution what we want. But if we select everything, if we'll adapt everything, we will ended up with fragmented landscape, or the integrated and maintenance cost will be high. To avoid this kind of chaos, we defined clear strategy. We defined clear year-on-year digital roadmap, which is aligned with the business stakeholders. And we are not judging, or we are not evaluating the partners only on the product features. We define the clear parameters. We define the clear evaluation checklist. So as per the checklist, if I discuss on this, one is the scope, definitely. As per the business requirement, whether the demo tool is able to complete the requirement. Second is what kind of industry experience or business experience my partner will bring for the company. Third one is compliance checklist, security guidelines, audit reports, and the business continuity with that particular tools. Fourth one, we are also looking into that partner, what kind of the future innovation roadmap they have, or the willingness of the partner to innovate the product based on the business requirement. Because this is the critical part where the tech at initial stage, what we have finalized, after 3 years, if you look into it, it is the remain same. So these are the clear checklist parameters and evaluation criteria what we are following to select the right partner, right technologies and tool for our organization.
So well-defined strategy and checklist is what is helping. Solution. We talked about construction, and that probably, as I said, is probably not being adopted as much. How do you see in the entire PropTech stack construction delivery fitting in and helping, aiding in terms of timelines completion or budget adherence and so on and so forth? So you can just give some examples.
So see, in terms of aligning construction tech with the entire PropTech stack is very important, and it's core part of the entire strategy. A developer cannot be digitally advanced in one area and very under advanced in managing the core business, which is delivering the right product and right quality on time. So with that, it's very important, and it's part of the entire stack. It should be taken up on priority. So coming to the next question, sorry, I missed your.
No, I'm just saying that how do you see your solutions or PropTech solutions in general are aiding the construction delivery to help deliver projects within time, within budget?
Okay. So one of the biggest challenge that we, that the problem statement that we started with, we identified that there are many solutions in the construction tech space. It's not that it is underutilized, but then there are many solutions. But all of these solutions are, they're catering to one specific pain point. So if you want to manage your entire construction ecosystem, your real estate delivery, so you end up using 10, 15 different solutions alongside your WhatsApp groups, your emails, and some other ERP solution. So this was one of the major pain point which we wanted to address. So we wanted to come up with a solution that has everything, one-stop solution that can help you manage your timeline, your quality delivery, your safety, your procurement strategy, your pre-construction planning, your design. So everyone comes on the same page. Rajkumar mentioned once that that there should be single source of truth. So single source of truth should have a single source of reporting, single source of mechanism to capture data. So that was one thing. So in terms of timeline, you mentioned timeline. Schedule of a project is very important. All right. Now, to be very honest, most of the schedule that is prepared for the project are for namesake, for complying developers requirement or some investor requirement that there should be a schedule, but it is not properly judiciously followed on the side. We have tried to make it very user friendly, very relevant, and very interactive. So for example, all the departments are interlinked to each other, right? So if something goes wrong in your contracts team, right, you were supposed to give out your contract by end of next month, but there is a delay in tender drawing, or there is some delay with respect to negotiation, that will impact your your work order, and then eventually mobilization of the contractor and start of your construction activity, which will further impact your delivery of the product and final handover of the customer. So we have tried to bring on board everyone aligned with the schedule, aligned with their delivery. So someone, an external consultant, if he's supposed to, release a drawing by next week, he will get to see that if I don't release the drawing, the client project will be delayed by next 15 days. So that's the, common data environment that we have tried to establish, and the structured data and the ecosystem that we have built around the schedule, is helping our developer and helping our client to, really, use the data and derive decision on top of that.
So living up to your name, brand name Collab, I think collaborating not only
Yeah, that's
internally
what
but with
it
the
is.
ecosystem. So great, yeah. And I think that's the future, because unless you have all the stakeholders on a single platform, you'll never get a single version of truth. Okay, probably I think so. Final points. I think Amit, we talked about industry or developers becoming far more data driven in technology. Even will it impact their brand in any way?
Brand value is equal to consumer connect. So if you are able to connect better with the buyer, with all the data that you have, which you should be able to, it is definitely going to impact branding in a big way. And the ones that can do this well are going to stand out and are going to reap some benefits for sure.
So you clearly say that who will follow this will have a stronger brand recall back in the market. Okay, great. Anirudh, what governance checklist developers should follow actually for data quality and reliability?
So data quality. Okay. So
that was the biggest pain you mentioned, right? So yeah.
You see, this is a word which will always test you at every point of view. You will never be able to rest in that, okay, my data quality has reached the peak. It will always demand, or you can say it will always challenge you at every point of view. It's not only this developer or this real estate as a sector, at every sector, it is going to keep challenged. And it will always attend the newer limits or standards of its own. So checking the quality, or you can say, as I was mentioning, the data is going to is flowing from everywhere. First it was a more of a bucketing, nice to have, must to have. Now that's not the game. Every data is, you can say, is not today, but tomorrow it is going to be useful, and it has become a new oil. So no one say that purging and the data and these things is gone are the days. So the quality of the data has always to be keep enriching, keep structuring, and such things. Data is flowing from different types of these things. So it's not only developers or any company, any firm who stands as a repository of data, and which can be anything, even a slide list of a customer consumer behavior data, how it is secured, how it is governed. Now the new laws are coming up. This is to secure the personal data of the customers, not, you can say, abusing it. That's what I can say. So definitely the governance has to be brought on it.
So I think governance is the key answer. And probably I don't know whether a role should be carved out, which is far full-time role, because data seems to be coming from everywhere. That's the call to the developer. One is MIS role, which people have been talking about, but as a data governance role has to become a key, if that's the way. Ati, while you've been doing so many implementations around, right, what are the early indicators where you see that probably the program is derailing? It's an early warning signal.
So I think 2 pointers to take away. The first one is if your business process owners and your key personals are not participating, that's a big red flag. See, builders or the promoters can give you the tech, but ensuring that the tech is adopted has to be equally, it's a responsibility for the entire org, right? So ensuring that your business process owners are identified, you understand your stakeholders is very important. The second thing is we may create fancy dashboards, we may have big fancy looking charts, but if the data is not showing on those charts, if your adoption is not coming up to the speed, then definitely it's a red flag.
Understood. Raj, how do you think the organization can be ready for AI adoption from just experimenting to scale up? A quick answer.
Yeah. So let me explain this with our digital transformation journey itself. In our organization, we are not focused. We are focusing and approaching the AI solutions with very structured mindset. Instead of rushing into big AI solutions or big AI projects, we firstly focused on the AI capabilities that comes with the natively as a part of the core capability of the tool. So take an example, recently, we have implemented the predictive maintenance for the building operations, where we are capturing the energy anomalies and we are getting the alerts before the device breakdown. Secondly, we started strengthening the digital backbone to have a clean, reliable and governed data. And this journey we started 3 years before. So at this stage, if you ask, we can say that we are ready for the big AI projects, because I can say that completely we have a clean and governed data wherever we have done the implementations, because each and every activity, the main focus was the getting the governed data from the legacy systems.
You're saying. I think so. What do you think for the construction? We said it's less adopted. What do you think in the mindset, or something needs to change a developer? Is it training? Is it on-ground training? Is it contractor training? What do you think can be a magic sauce for this piece of construction delivery to become a mainstream?
I think the most important piece is bringing any digital tool that these companies are trying to implement into the day-to-day operations. So if you are a team member who is supposed to update something on XYZ platform, and it does not impact your day-to-day operations, it does not impact your procurement, does not impact your billing, it does not impact anyway, it should be part of your core responsibility. That is something, and the most important part is the promoter's mindset. If the promoter is rigid on, I want to be digital first, I want to be ahead in using AI or whatever digital transformation, if the mindset comes from the top, it's a top down approach, then I think it can be successful.
So it's driven from the top. Yeah. Okay, understood. So maybe last one word answer from each one of you. That will close. I'll start from Anirudh. By 2030, next 5 years, what is one PropTech thing which you think will be the most active or most talked about?
So any PropTech, you can say any technology.
Yeah, will become mainstream by 2030.
So you can say which is actually bringing the customer experience to the next level.
Customer experience. Nazim.
I would like to say collab tools, but anything that is making making the job easier for the people who are actually trying to build something, who are actually trying to sell the product. So anything. So AI for solutions.
Simplification. Okay. Aarti, you?
I think it would be a customer onboarding, like 100% digital customer onboarding, KYC, automations, your digital signing and everything.
Okay.
Consumer insights, strong consumer insights which are actionable. I think that can be a big game changer.
Okay, Raj.
There are the many tools, but if I have to choose one, then digital twin and predictive maintenance for all the building operations, which help all the developers to monitor real-time assets and their real-time operations status.
So digital twin for you. Thank you very much. I think Suvajit is very much there. Time is up. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, please clap and appreciate their wonderful insights. I'll request all of you to remain on stage. मैं बुलाना चाहूँगा stage पे Mr. Rohit Kedia, founder of Prographer and ArcVI, to kindly please come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers over here. A big round of applause once again for Mr. Kedia as well. A big support always when it comes to Realty Plus. Can we all clap it up for Mr. Kedia as well as he makes his way to the stage? Thank you. We'll do one group photo together after all the giveaways. Can you all kindly come forward for the group photograph, please, if I may request? Thank you. A little closer. What do they say in childhood? Say cheese, right? Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of you. Thank you so much, everyone. Best wishes. I'll request our videographer to please approve. Frame sahi hai abhi? All of them in the frame? इस तरफ. हाँ. आप खाली सर ऐसे ट्रैफिक पुलिस की तरह इशारा करो, हम सुन के आपका वो कर लेंगे, है ना? इस तरफ शिफ्ट करो, वो जैसे दिखा रहे हैं वहां पे, should do it like that. ट्रैफिक पुलिस कैसे करते हैं? इस तरफ बोलते हैं तो हम जाते हैं ना उस तरफ, वैसा ही. Thank you. Clap it up for him as well, please. He's been doing so many events for Realty Plus, our esteemed videographer. Hamisha on point when it comes to his work. Gratitude is always the attitude, and you should always appreciate good work, whatever it may be from. Thank you so much. Is it fine now? Abhi theek hai? Thank you. We'll quickly now move on to our next panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic that we are going to be discussing and deliberating upon right now is the PropTech Alliance model, why ecosystems will outperform standalone solutions. I'll repeat the topic once again. This is going to be about the PropTech Alliance model, why ecosystems will outperform standalone solutions. Like always, I'm going to be first introducing and calling upon stage our esteemed moderator, and then मैं बुलाना चाहूँगा stage पे our esteemed speakers for the panel, and also a bit of a request to all our speakers for the previous session. Please join Apurva for the speaker bites in the adjacent room. To moderate this session, I would like to call upon stage somebody who has over 18 years of experience in working with major infrastructure and construction companies and is absolutely proficient when it comes to project management. He has led many industrial and infrastructure projects covering oil and gas, power plants, ports, integrated steel plants, fertilizer plant, roads, integrated steel plants, real estate projects. You see it all, you name it all, he has done it all. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about partner, real estate and construction sector, assurance practice, Deloitte, Ankur Prabhakar. Can we please have Mr. Prabhakar over here on stage? Thank you so much. What a pleasure and honor to have you. Shukriya. If you could take that seat at the corner, and I'll request our speakers to take their seats as per the photo arrangement. I would now like to welcome on stage my first speaker in alphabetical order. He's a first-generation entrepreneur who has built one of India's most scaled and institutionally respected real estate brokerage platforms by reimagining how trust, technology, and execution converge in property transactions. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about CEO and Managing Director, Property Pistol, Ashish Narayan Agarwal. Thank you so much, Ashish ji. Yeah, but I have to follow the order. So my next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is an accomplished professional with over 2 decades of experience in a wide array of functions in real estate and telecom. He has over the years earned himself a reputation of someone who's assertive, driven, incisive, and motivational leader with strong domain knowledge of strategy, business development, sales and marketing operations, and development management. Please clap it up for the founder of all DRX, Avinash Rao. Thank you so much, Mr. Rao, for joining us. My next speaker brings over 21 years of experience and is known for his innovative and collaborative approach. In the year 2015, he aimed to challenge the conventional office leasing dynamics and transform the industry from square feet based to a per seat based model. Consequently, QDesk was introduced as a platform that facilitated the discovery, evaluation, and reservation of flexible workspace. Ladies and gentlemen, currently India's largest marketplace for discovering and booking flexible workspaces. Give it up for the founder and CEO of QDesk, Paras Arora. Arora ji ke liye zor se taali, please. And my next speaker over here is a technology leader with over 15 years of demonstrated success in building new technology products and solutions, driving data, digital transformation, so on and so forth. Ladies and gentlemen, Chief Technology Officer, Xanadu Realty Limited, Vijay Kumarji. Thank you so much. Can we all clap it up for the Chief Technology Officer of Xanadu Realty Limited, Vijay Kumarji. Thank you so much. The timer is over there for your reference. We are good to go. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And we'll just take the discussion from the previous panel. Now we will go towards the alliance and the ecosystem. Let me just spend a minute on the topic first, little lengthy in size and takes a little bit of understanding what we are going to discuss for next 40 minutes. If you know what's Amazon or what UPI has done, or how like overall standalone solutions have come together and have built an ecosystem. So growth basically lies there. And when I talk about real estate is a very complex subject, because any journey which any customer will have, it will have a lot of touch points. And the sector by design, it's not basically having a stop point or a transfer point. It's basically a fragmentation of various processes. And you know what, like the funny part, all the fragmented processes which I spoke about are very well connected, but with a different digital platform. That's called WhatsApp, not a workflow. So the requirement today, what we have is how these journey and all the processes which are involved can seamlessly, like it can happen on one platform, and that's what we call as ecosystem. And we have very eminent guests today, and each one comes from a different and varied facets of real estate that we will be getting a flavor today. So just to start with, the first section where we will focus more is on the each segments where individually you are solving the everyday friction, or I would say the challenges that you have been helping the customers to overcome. And I'll start with Ashish first. And Ashish, maybe like you can give us some insight. What's the biggest friction in the real estate transaction journey today that you are solving, and how it is like practical in day-to-day basis, that if you can enlighten on that first.
Thanks, Ankur. Thanks, Realty Plus, for inviting me here. So I think the biggest problem what real estate buyer faces today is trust deficit. So I think that's the biggest problem, and a lot of issues regarding trust. I mean, everything falls in this single bucket, which is called trust. So a buyer is fearful of a broker, a buyer is fearful of a developer, and buyer is always not confident about the entire transaction journey. Even while taking a loan, a buyer is fearful of the best interest rate he or she is getting. So I think the biggest problem which we are trying to solve at Property Pistol is how do we sort of create this trust environment for a consumer to do a peaceful transaction. Now, having said that, I think there are multiple layers to it, how we are trying to address this problem. And, you know, I can go on and on, but I feel this is the biggest problem. Apart from that, in the entire journey, if you look at, you know, first is starting from the search. It takes a lot of time for a consumer today to close a transaction, 2 months, maybe at least for a consumer in India to close a transaction. That is because there are multiple touch points. The inventory is not there at one single place. So you have brokers controlling almost entire secondary market inventory. Then you have developers. For them also 80% brokers are the touch points for consumers. So I think, you know, starting from a consumer's journey of search, because of multiple sources of information, that transaction cycle increases. So for that, what we are doing is we are aggregating the brokers on our platform, which is called Syndicate. So that Syndicate is intrinsically designed to aggregate the inventory, both in secondary and primary. So that's the intrinsic design and the core concept of Syndicate. And as it scales up, I'm sure over a period of time, buyer will see single place inventory, and then the entire transaction follows.
I think you touched upon the right point, trust, as you mentioned in the initial. Moving to Avinash, you are like working in a very uncommon territory, I would say. It's not traditional to real estate as we understand. So help us understand from your lenses also what frictions that you see that you have been able to resolve.
Okay. Firstly, thank you for having me here. It's a real privilege to be amongst all of you. And I'm just going to take up what Ashish said, right? There is trust deficit, and then there is a bigger deficit. That deficit comes from the fact that there is very poor advice. So fundamentally, the belief in India, in our country is, agar real estate hai, to kuch gochi hai. You know, this is the kind of attitude people have. So which is unfortunate. The same attitude is not there when it comes to the stock market, the mutual funds, etc. Because the advice that they get, they trust. Whereas in real estate, the advice you get, you don't trust, because generally there is a sense that the advice is, you know, it's not honest. So that deficit of trust has to be overcome. So in our case at All DRX, what we are trying to do is solve for all the problems of real estate. Illiquidity, hyper-local, highly cumbersome processes, expensive, and the worst part, very difficult to manage. People do not understand how difficult it is to manage real estate. It's extremely difficult. And on top of that, if you want to buy or sell an apartment, you're going to struggle because people are going to give you all kinds of metrics, which is not true. And then, like, again, taking a cue from what Ashish mentioned with respect to be it the broker, be it the home loan, be it developer, or be it someone who's all ill advice. If you're able to invest in real estate the way you're able to invest in the stock market, that is the problem that we are solving. So you can sit in Bangalore with 4 clicks, invest in Mumbai. Now that is not possible today. It's an impossibility. But say at All DRX today, we have customers from 36 cities. We've got customers who are coming from all walks of life, coming from across the country, and are happily believing the fact that you can now own real estate digitally. So the fundamental friction that we are trying to solve is that can you own real estate the way you own and invest in the stock market? The answer to that is relatively yes, but it's nascent. It will take a while before, you know, it can get propagated the way other aspects of real estate have got propagated.
Definitely, and what I saw, like, you guys can even give 1 square feet kind of a.
Yeah, we give 1 square foot, and we have 3 types of customers. We have a 10 rupee per day customer, we have a 10,000 rupee customer, and we have a 10 lakh rupee customer. So we cater to all stratas of the society as well as across the country.
And that's what I feel like it's the real way that you have solved a lot of friction. Paras, Paras, when any enterprise look for a workspace, it's very efficiency driven process. So how do you see like you are able to increase this efficiency based workspace finding, and what kind of demand that you are seeing that enterprise are currently coming up with?
First and foremost, thanks to Reality Plus and everyone here for having us. If you want me to focus on enterprise demand, when we started 10 years back, the idea was to disrupt the conventional lease format, which was square foot based, lock-in, security deposits, and then, you know, doing up the space yourself. So we started aggregating ready to move in plug-in play offices, and the whole co-working revolution started. The adoption by large enterprises in the first 5 years was less, but COVID and hybrid working has made enterprise even a faster appreciating class. That hub and spoke model, or a multi-location or multi-city for an enterprise, ensuring whatever the occupancy experience is there in the corporate office can happen in co-working or a managed office across the country, even in tier 2, tier 3. So the last 3-4 years, the adoption has been phenomenal. With the entry of GCCs, back offices, and the fact that the cost of living in non-metros is very strategic for employers and employees. So we see pretty scattered, very strong footprint by large enterprises on managed offices, flexible offices across the country. And as a platform or anyone in the ecosystem, if you can give, if you can make the decision making from 60 to 90 days to days or weeks, that's where the efficiency play is.
No, absolutely, because each day is revenue for any business, and I can truly relate that. Coming to Vijay, Vijay, we can talk about our technology and strategy comfortably with you. So I wanted you to just talk about something where do you see the most fragmentation today, and how do you see that you are addressing it through the systems design?
Sure. Hi, thanks for having me here. Uh, if you talk about the real estate, right? Real estate is literally brick and mortar. So, I mean, that's the definition of real estate. And typically, the understanding or assumption is that the technology laggard in that sense that knowledge, I mean, real estate is one sector which is not adopting technology, but we are changing things quite fast and I can give you example from my own experience and how we have implemented or how we have kind of improved or removed a lot of friction points. So as some of panelists were saying, right, that there are a lot of different personas who are involved in the whole buying or real estate buying journey, starting from customer, they do the search, how they are searching it, then there are channel partners, then channel partners has to go to the site, they need to have discussion, there are sourcing team, there are closing team, there are, once you sell, there are CRM team, then there are again collection team and whole journey, right? And typically we work with a lot of developers to kind of ensure that their sales happens in a very short span of time. Removing friction, creating a seamless experience is the core of kind of giving the experience what customers looks for, and that's what we have kind of built. And to give you example, that whether today customers sitting in Bangalore or anywhere in the world can buy real estate in India, the answer is yes, and we have been doing it. So I can give you the example of our current project also, which is ongoing, growth housing by House of Abhinandan Lodha, Ajmera Vikroli. I mean, there are a lot of examples. We work with multiple developers to, so we have sold more than 400 CS of property in 2 days. We have sold probably one example I'm talking about is where we had I can give you an example of growth housing. There we launched this project which was digital only process. There was no human intervention involved. Customer has to come to our portal, they had to register. Similarly, channel partner has to come to our portal and they had to register. Initially, you will think that who is going to do that, but we had almost 20,000 channel partners participating in our this project. We had more than, and the sales were happening through AI. We had deployed AI agents who was doing all the interaction with the customers. The project is in Naigaon. It is in 35-story, 18 towers building, and usually it is an affordable segment. You will think that the customer is buying, they will be not digital savvy, but almost everybody came to our site and they were pretty advanced, and everybody was doing, most of the transaction was happening during night. You will assume that real estate works only on weekends, Saturday, Sunday, and on say 10 to 5 p.m. But almost 40% or 45% of our business was happening during after 6 p.m. to morning 9 a.m. So it is a limitation on our mind that customers don't accept technology. If you give them a frictionless or easy processes, they are able to do the transaction from anywhere. And the trust, of course, you will have to bring in that trust factor. Otherwise, people are not going to consume it. So.
No, absolutely agree. And the next part, basically, it happens when you have brought everybody to your ecosystem. Then the next part is that how you are going to exchange the how you are going to integrate this, how it is going to be actually a collaboration, because it's then becomes necessary that you then start listening to your customer and they may not come with one ask every time. So my next question now goes to Ashish, and in your field, how often like you see people come up with some varied kind of requirement, which I say that services which are beyond your core offerings, and how do you cater to that?
So if I talk about core offerings, the core offerings is selling apartments. Okay, so that's the core offering, and core offering the journey starts from when a buyer wants to, look out and search for properties. So as that is one search. So how do we streamline search is by using a lot of technology and ensuring that we close that search element in the shortest possible time. So that's the core thing. Now to close that search in the shortest possible time, we have a fleet of cars. So we pick up the customer from their home, we make them do the site visits, and we close that fast. Apart from that, if I talk about value added services, right, there are legal agreements which consumers enter into when they buy an apartment. So there are requests with regards to legal vetting. Second, if I talk about, there are services like Vastu. There are, of course, home loan is one added service which is extremely important to close a transaction. Then apart from that, after the sale is done, so, we handhold the customer with construction updates. For example, we handle them for any sales queries. So where, let's say, if there is some slackness from the developer's part for responding to customers. So last year we transacted almost 6,000 crores plus worth of inventory across 31 cities. So, we have almost 32,000 satisfied consumers. So I think the entire journey just viewing the apartments, but there is host of services which are required, not just at that stage, even during the possession under construction time. As I said, even after possession, your property management services, your ability to sell or rent out those properties. So we have ecosystem of brokers through whom we help them rent out their properties, we help them sell their properties. So of course, home loan insurances, all these are value added services which we offer them. If I talk about NRIs, we are advising them on their tax compliance point of views. So there are a host of services that are involved if I talk about a real estate transactions. And yes, today's consumer wants a very qualified partner in this journey. And I think it's extremely important for companies like Property Pistol, who aspire to be a one-stop solution for real estate consumers, to have a end-to-end view of the journey and to be able to assist a consumer from search to settle. So I call it that journey from search to settle. And I think even beyond settling, for their repurchases and for their movements, so we aspire to give everything to a consumer, and consumer definitely asks for it.
I would say that you are really giving a good definition to what's called an ecosystem. You come and you get everything there. So in this journey, like now my next question to Avinash, you definitely needs a lot of partners because these solutions cannot exist under one umbrella. So how do you see like our partnership becoming more important for your business model?
Yeah, absolutely. Collaborations are extremely important because no individual service provider or a product service provider will need multiple partnerships. So for example, purely from a distribution standpoint, we may be digital, but we need distribution to go far and beyond. It cannot be just all pervasive digitally. So distribution is required. It's the need of the moment, and you can't do that without partners. You got different types of partners. So if there's an organization like Amphi for mutual funds, there should be ideally an organization like what Ashish is building through Syndicate for real estate. So what happens is that through one source, you will be able to pervade it across the board, and new solutions like ours will have that much more acceptance. Otherwise, we spend a lot of time, effort, resources in getting people educated about this solution. That is one part. Then there's the technology part. Now the technology part, there are off-the-shelf solutions, and then there are solutions like ours which need a lot of customization, a lot of effort. Again, take AWS for example, cloud, anything need support. Now part have they're sitting, that's a ways and means of overcoming the dependence on a meta. We need to find ways and means of overcoming, getting our marketing act right. Now, so fundamentally, the ecosystem should be something which is very similar to what has happened with UPI through Finternet. So if you were to do a study on Finternet and UPI, you'll understand there's an India stack and everything revolves around the India stack. So we are working with Finternet, figuring out how we can be a part of that stack. So for the ecosystem to thrive and survive, it requires a significant amount of effort in getting the partnership ecosystem in place.
Yeah, absolutely. And partners do get a lot of benefit from there, because for them it's not the real cost of acquisition of customers after that, because they grow with you, and that's how the growth of ecosystem breaks all the boundaries, and that's what's expected. Paras, maybe you can help us to get a different perspective, because workspace, when we think, it's more like a mundane office environment which comes in picture. So in that respect, what could be the beyond your core service offerings? And the question which I wanted to ask, with respect to the enterprise who are seeking integrated services, how it goes beyond workspaces.
So in our context, which is the pan-India aggregation and a marketplace model, on enterprise front, beyond workspace, what they need is seamless accounting, financial management, taxation, GST. Because large strategic accounts, they take more than one office from us. Like in some cases, one enterprise clients has 40 offices across 15 or 16 states. So we are the one-stop solution, one vendor in terms of billing. So we bill it to them, they give us the payment, we cut our commission and remit balance as a cost of goods sold to all the providers and operators. So that is one value add. Second, thanks to them, we have come up with another SaaS product, which is on the complaint and feedback system. Since I mentioned in the previous point that they want people in spokes in their decentralized offices across India have a same occupancy experience like headquarters or a corporate office, and they want to be heard. So there is a QR code placed in all these offices with which their employees can do the concierge and help desk if they have air conditioning issue or they have a internet issue. So the central headquarter, the operator, and we as a platform, we all are part of that help desk, ensuring that the turnaround time is fast in terms of the occupancy. The other value adds have been more than, it's more on the tech side from our side, which is occupancy, happiness, faster search and discovery, faster closure. So as a platform, from a workspace discovery to closure, then post-closure payments, agreements, it's all part of our own proprietary CRM. Now there is a hint and sprays of AI also which are happening. The idea is that we don't want to reinvent the wheel, don't want to disrupt the whole real estate workspace signing experience, that it is an emotional decision. You will see that space and then occupy it. It's just that to do more with less and do faster. That's been what we're looking at in terms of tech and AI always.
That's interesting. Next topic, maybe Vijay, for you, is with respect to the interoperable systems, because when we are talking about ecosystem, the platforms has to be interoperable. So how do you think these kinds of system currently are more demanded, like clients are asking more and more of such kind of interoperable systems?
Yes, so to give you when we started around 2 years back, we started building our one ecosystem. We called it in Xanadu as Xanadu operating system. So it is our own proprietary ecosystem which we have built, and that ecosystem talks to multiple systems in that way. So we are primarily into sales and marketing, right? So to drive that, there is Meta, as they said, there is WhatsApp, there are Google. So you need to integrate with so many platforms, and those, if you're running an ad, the performance of the ad, the metrics of that ad, and everything should come into your system. So we have built our own data lake and everything. So we have connected to multiple system, and we are aggregating a lot of data point from multiple system. Those are those are execution system, and on top of it, we have created a lot of data ingestion sort of pipelines, and we now process all those data points and try to derive actionable intelligence. And that again goes back to the team who are working on it, and that is actually driving the real performance. And we have seen that bringing every your touch points into one ecosystem actually creates a lot of value for everyone.
Next, Ashish, with respect to like housing loan, as we discussed in the initial introduction, and when I talk about again ecosystem and friction, the easiest thing that comes in my mind, like even like for a cab aggregator or a cab services, we have such a frictionless platforms which are available. But with respect to real estate, when we are talking about ecosystem, help us, or maybe it's more for audience to understand some few nitty-gritties of how you are resolving these frictions. And we will keep this question like a rapid for all of you, and we can be quick for this. I'll just use few keywords. Like I wanted to know this with respect to like housing loan journey, if you can give us a few insights on that.
So first I'll talk about ecosystem, right? How the tech ecosystem is getting built, and how I feel ecosystem is a very important approach for companies who have big ambitions to scale the business. So in India, there is 6.7 lakh crores worth of inventories which are getting sold across top 8 cities in the country. So there are 14,000 developers and 95,000 RERA registered brokers across all states put together. Now, what makes this business complicated is there is no central regulation of this space, because this is a state subject. Unlike your banking, insurance, and other sectors, where the policy making and the way the business is run from the regulator point of view is uniform. So we have MHARERA, which takes exams for agents, and we have other RERAs where the policies are different. Now, how do you make a customer journey seamless in this entire landscape of, let's say we talk just about India. So how do you make a consumer journey similar, standard, and same and trustworthy across this industry, across the landscape of India? Now, if you look at from the bird's eye view, what is happening in the real estate, residential real estate particularly. So I personally feel, the most important stakeholder in the real estate industry is a real estate agent. There is a demand, there is a supply. In residential real estate, there are two categories. One is primary, where the developer is the seller, fresh under construction inventory. 80% of the demand is sourced by brokers. In resale and rental, almost 100% of the supply is controlled by brokers, and almost 100% of the demand is generated by brokers, is controlled by brokers. So brokers amongst themselves control demand and supply of in entirety for resale and rental. So if you think from the macro perspective, so broker is the most important key element in the ecosystem, and Property Bristol is playing a lot of laying stress on ensuring that we create an environment for brokers where brokers feel trusted and brokers are aligned. It's not about competition, it's about collaboration. So what we have learned in our more than a decade of journey, we are trying to see that we pass that knowledge, share that knowledge with the brokers to create that ecosystem for the consumer. So when I said consumer journey can be best addressed through an ecosystem, I mean starting from search. So if you want to give a consumer, why a consumer should take 2 to 3 months to close a transaction? Why can't it happen in a single day? Why is the consumer in real estate who is spending more than a crore worth of transactions? Last year, our average ticket size was 1.5 crores. Is getting the type of experience what he's getting today vis-a-vis a consumer going and buying a car or a jewelry. You know, the type of experience people get. And a type of experience people get when they buy a 1.5 crore worth of apartment. So why can't that transaction happen in 7 days? Right? So I think all this can be solved if we work on a tech ecosystem based approach, and that's precisely what Property Pistol is doing. Not just about property transactions, but any, you know, things related to property transactions. So that is one. And second, of course, home loan journey, as you said. So we have tied up with almost, I would say, 50 banking institutions and NBFCs who every day they will have different offers. There are changes in interest rate, there are repo rates changes, there are government incentives sometimes for which affects the rate of interests. There are other terms and conditions with regards to pre-closure, with regards to how fast the sanction process is, how seamless the documentation process is. And I think from a consumer point of view, this home loan journey also is a multi-touch point journey as of today. But I think as a platform, Property Pistol is aggregating the supply side of home loans, which is capital providing companies. And I think starting from identifying which is the best banking partner for the consumer to documentation and final disbursement, I think we are solving a lot of problem from that front also.
I think quantum speaks on its own, like 80% of broker that you told like it's managing that. That's quite interesting. Avinash, with respect to your digital structuring, you very well explained it in the beginning of our conversation. Help us understand how it further simplifies the access to the capital, and still where are the constraints still up, which lies there?
So when you say access to capital, from a developer standpoint, or you mean access to capital purely from the fact that how a consumer will transact?
From the consumer point of view.
Okay. So what happens is, look, a home buying process in our country is one of the most tedious processes there exists. From the time the individual tries to identify the apartment to the time the individual moves into the apartment. Given this whole journey, it could be anywhere between 2 years to 15 years. That is the kind of journey this person can take. Now imagine this person is going to buy one more for investment. He's already scared, or she's already scared. My God, what am I going to live through this journey all over again? So it's a cumbersome process. So now how can you simplify this cumbersome process? How can you make this individual now invest in real estate the way they invest in the stock market, or they buy a mutual fund, they go and open an FD? All that is simplified because in India, we've got this absolutely fantastic KYC process. The eKYC process in India is fantastic. The UPI process in India is fantastic. Look, the stats speak for themselves. There are 18 crore demat accounts. There are 50 crore plus Aadhaar, UPI. I mean, there must be 100 crore Aadhaar, if I'm not wrong. So this is the kind of setup that already exists. Now, is it possible for this person to sit in Bombay, like I said, download an app and transact on the stock market? Yes. So why should it not be possible for this person to download the same app and transact 1 square foot in Bangalore, 1 square foot in Delhi, 1 square foot in Haridwar, 1 square foot in Ayodhya? It is merely about the intent of allowing this system to progress. If this system can progress, we will find, like in the global ecosystem, there's a company called GetStake in Dubai, which is doing this transaction. There's a company called Arrived in United States of America, backed by Jeff Bezos, which is doing these transactions. So the moment there is a regulated environment that enables something like this to flourish, it will flourish. What it enables for the individual is that I'm sitting somewhere in Patna, but I want to own 1 square foot in Kerala. Why should I have to own the entire chalet? I can own 1 square foot in Kerala because I'm interested in maybe Trivandrum's real estate, and I'm happy to go and put that 1 square foot in Thiruvananthapuram. So that is how capital can be most efficiently utilized. Imagine, just hypothetically speaking, if you had to invest in the stock market and your entry price was 50 lakhs. You think the stock market would have this kind of traction? Impossible. The reason why there are only 300,000 homes being sold in 7, 8 cities in the primary market in the country is because the whole process of purchase is so difficult and the whole process of management is so difficult. Now, if you were to flip this and enable somebody to invest for as low as 10,000 rupees, now that 3 lakhs will actually become 30 lakhs in no time. That is the kind of potential that exists. Not just because somebody like AllDRX, like what we are doing, it is because the ecosystem has supported it. Because today you can do an UPI transaction for 1 lakh rupees, right? That is the limit for many people. Now 10,000 rupees, 20,000 rupees. That is the reason why people are finding it so easy to invest, because UPI is digitally enabled. Similarly, an investment in property gets digitally enabled. I don't want to live in the property, but I just want to ensure that I get the benefits and reap the benefits out of that property investment. That is now possible if it can be done through a digital platform. Okay.
Absolutely.
Too long a spiel.
So Paris will move quickly, and if you can help us understand, like, does enterprise also prefer bundled solutions, and that too about including the financial structuring kind of things?
From a PropTech standpoint, fintech play is still far. PropTech is still solving the matchmaking, demand supply matchmaking, CRMs, and to some extent account management and financial management. But to give loans from a PropTech play is still far. It can happen. One thing for sure is that on a transaction side, when there is a design and build or a managed office, there is a solution which is called CapEx financing, where enterprises are now converting their CapEx into EMIs, amortizing it over 3 years or 5 years of lock-in. So there are players who are offering that kind of financing, and which are not NBFC. So they have tied up with the banks and then doing a tripartite agreement. But yeah, fintech play attached with the PropTech is the future, can be done. It depends on the demand. If there is a strong demand where enterprises or businesses want a fintech player to pay their rents and somehow they structure it at the back end, yet to be seen, but it would be quite interesting. I see in future more a lot of disruption in the next 2-3 years, again on the transaction size and side and the matchmaking. So AI models would definitely give a lot of data intelligence to businesses, small or big, what kind of offers they should take, and it should be absolutely fast, that in a matter of days they are able to do from a search, discovery, booking, and then documentation as well.
Interesting. We'll just change the gears now, and Vijay, from you, I just wanted to understand with respect to the overall ecosystem built up that we spoke about, a lot of exchange of information happening, then you integrating with UPI and all. So there's a lot of like decisions which are required, and there has to be a balance between what's called as a proprietary control and open integration. So how do you balance between that?
I feel right now, because so many systems are there, so many integrations are there, and there is no one ecosystem or one ready-made product which is available which can kind of bring everything together, right? So we try to do for our organization, but I don't see any readily available product which I can buy off the shelf, or any open source solution which I can start using directly and it starts working for me for all aspects of different integration or different system and processes which are involved during this real estate buying and selling journey. There is a need, of course, and to some extent, and that's why we are solving those for our customers who are our developers who work with us. But from technology standpoint, definitely that's an need. Open source, an open solution, I believe it is a little far, because whenever you create this kind of solution, it typically works on your way of selling. As a Xanadu, we have our own way of working, right? So when I build a Xanadu operating system, it works the way our departments, our teams work or function to execute whole journey. It is very unique to us. So obviously it is a proprietary system. When I deploy this, I deploy it for our customers, and it is going to be that way for near future also. I don't see that a lot of open source or open platform which are coming and kind of trying to do this, because uh, this complex. See, real estate sales is complex, and anybody who says that sales is easy have not done sales, right? So it's like starting from discovery to handover till possession. There are hundreds of touch points, and to solve each touch points, it's a complex process. And when you try, and then there are huge dependency on different ecosystems also. It's not that okay, today you build something, tomorrow again things are going to change, and you have to kind of reconfigure things. So I believe it is going to be more on the proprietary system for now.
Absolutely. Just last piece of question to everyone, and we can go fast with this with maybe 10 seconds each. And we are trying to gaze towards the future. Maybe you can fix it to next 5 years, rapidly starting with Ashish, first with you. What's define the successful PropTech platform in 5 years?
So I think the most successful PropTech platform will be the one which has a very strong value system. So I think value system is the most important thing. It is not in the property transaction that you can make lots and lots of profits, because as you grow big, your negotiation powers will increase. As your negotiation powers with respect to the developers giving you brokerage, your negotiation power of passing on lesser brokerage to brokers. But ultimately, it's the consumer who is going to get trapped, right? So, and it will be counterintuitive for developers to be aiding that growth. It will be counterintuitive for brokers to be aiding to that growth. And ultimately, the platform will not grow. So I think the biggest factor which is going to stand apart and make a platform big is the value system. You have to be truly and in spirit committed to the consumer. So I think that's what is going to make the entire journey very interesting. And I'm sure, Property Pistol has its heart at the right place.
Avinash, for digital real estate investing, the future for next.
I think the future is not tomorrow, the future is today, right? Because it's already arrived. The more you think about it, it's already arrived. And there are a number of things that are happening all around us. It's just for us to wake up, smell the coffee, and realize the fact that the consumer is king. Consumer has always been king. And they will figure a way out of becoming smarter. And the smartest way of doing things is to invest right. So my view would be that the future is not tomorrow, the future is today. As we speak, it's happening. In 5 years' time, if all of us are together and we are sitting here, I think there will be a lot of people who will be tapping away their phones and making transactions happen as I speak. And coincidentally, our line is tap karo, invest karo. So please tap karo and invest karo in all DRX. Thank you.
Paras, quickly with you. How do you define the competitive advantage in the workspace of PropTech?
Come again?
So what will define the competitive advantage in the workspace and PropTech?
I think, I go with the title of this session, platform becoming ecosystem. So the standalone platforms will be solving one problem at a time. But if you can have a vision to become an ecosystem, then, you will be pretty much owning the demand in the overall workspace experience and the renewals. So that's one, owning the demand ecosystem approach. And I see, 5 years from now, a lot of, AI, robotic stuff happening on the space management side.
Great. Last question to Vijay. What will define the successful technology-led real estate strategy partnership?
See, a lot of, as Avinash also said, we are already in the era where future is happening, and real estate, though that fintech moment is yet to come, but I believe that moment is very near and very real. We are already using almost all the latest technology which are available in the world in real estate now. So I believe this is going to change the whole game, and real estate ka fintech moment is here.
Absolutely fantastic conversation with all of you. Thank you so much. But the one thing I could gather, ecosystem growth is for real. And in future, it's not innovation, but it's going to be the problem that you are going to solve, what you are going to provide in terms of overall journey that matters. Thank you everyone. It was pleasure meeting you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of you. I'll request all of you to please kindly remain on stage. मैं बुलाना चाहूंगा stage पे Mr. Nazeem Siddiqui, founder and CEO Collab Tools, to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers. And ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be gross injustice if we don't clap and appreciate the incredible amount of knowledge and insights that they have shared from their end. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you so much. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. I'll request all of you to please come forward and you also please join them for the group photograph. Thank you so much to all of you gentlemen. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you so much for coming and doing this. Thank you so much. We look forward to hearing from all of you the next time. We can take away the used bottles. जी. फ्रेम सही है सर? मिस्टर वीडियोग्राफर फ्रेम सही है? हाँ, उनको थोड़ा सा और इस तरफ चाहिए. Table. Oh, fine. Thank you. ठीक है अभी? All right, thank you. ठीक है. It's fine, no, it's fine. It's fine. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the concluding session of this very, very special PropTech Conclave. This is going to be a tech talk on PropTech and capital, redefining valuation, transparency, and investor confidence. Very, very careful in terms of selecting the topic, Realty Plus. So very, very well done. This is going to be full of learning, PropTech and capital, redefining valuation, transparency, and investor confidence. I'm going to be introducing our speakers, both our speakers in alphabetical order. My first speaker over here for this session with over 25 years of experience in market research, business analytics, and market strategy consulting. He started his career as an analyst in the US. He has extensive experience in market research, business analytics, market strategy consulting, global finance in the Indian real estate sector. And in the year 2017, he founded CRE Matrix, the technology-driven real estate intelligence platform powered by authentic transaction data. Ladies and gentlemen, the CEO and co-founder of CRE Matrix, please clap it up for Abhishek Kiran Gupta. Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta. Please, I welcome you over here to this very, very special session. Thank you. My next speaker over here is the visionary, under the visionary leadership of Dr. Amit Goenka. Nessus Finance achieved a historic milestone by becoming the first public listed fund manager in India via the BSE. As a veteran with over 25 years of multi-continental experience, he oversees a current AUM of nearly 2,000 crores. NIFCO operates across India and the UAE as well. With focus on investments across real estate and urban infrastructure, NIFCO is managing SEBI registered company, AIF funds, Gift City Fund, and the Dubai DIFC Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman and managing director, Nessus Finance Group, please, the honorable founder, let's clap it up for Dr. Amit Goenka. Thank you so much, Mr. Goenka, for joining us over here. And to moderate this session, the lady who truly needs no introduction. I want the loudest amount of claps for Sapna Srivastava, please, everybody over here. Can we all clap a little louder for Sapna? In-house mate over here when it comes to Realty Plus, always doing her best to get the best people from the industry for these very, very technical conversations. Thank you, Sapna. And your timer is there for your reference. Over to you.
I'm getting a little closer. I can see you. Wonderful.
So thanks, Shubhajit, for those introductions and that loud round of clap. So our topic has PropTech and capital in one sentence. So let me start, open this discussion. And we have finance expert, we have the technology expert. So let me start with asking you, both of you, what inspires confidence in a developer? Is it the land banks that he has, or is it the tech-led governance that he has? Abhishek, starting
मैं
with
पहले
you.
बोलूं, he gives the money to them, he should answer this question. But okay, चलो आपने मुझे बोला तो I'll answer. If I am a home buyer, which can also be an investor,
Institutional investor.
institution, family office, anybody who has money is an investor, तो फिर he only cares, बाबा मेरा घर कब मिलेगा, will you deliver, what is the appreciation I will care, land bag या तेल लगाने, right? Because I'm buying into that project. But if I am a large investor and I'm investing long term into the developer, and आजकल बहुत entity deals हो रही हैं, आजकल बहुत platform deals हो रही हैं, then in which case I would care for today, the governance, the delivery, the cash flow management, the capital discipline, everything in between, and the land bank. Don't forget that land banks are not necessarily happening so much these days compared to when the DLF days, because now JVs, JDAs, make, deliver, sell, आगे बढ़ो. Third, but if you are an investor into the stock market, wherein you're going to hold the stock for a few years, then you definitely care for the land bank. But what I'm trying to say is, and I personally, as a data analyst, and I've been doing this for too long, I like developers who pick up a land, build it, sell it, move on. If you're going to stay on land for 20 years like our erstwhile developers did, I don't like you.
Amitji, do you agree to that? How do you see this?
No, I think Abhishek is quite spot on. I think he's very well categorized who requires what. And I think the second point, which is really the enterprise level, is where we come in.
Yeah.
Where, as he rightly pointed out, it is governance, systems, transparency, predictability, professional organizational behavior, to obviously beating targets rather than just meeting targets. I think all of these are obviously the right mix of essentials today for any institutional money. I think they're non-negotiable, and which is clearly why we're seeing an acceleration in the consolidation in favor of the big boys.
So it's thing of the past that a developer who has large land banks is dependable, is someone who inspires confidence. Now, as you said, it's mostly JVs, JDs, and also depends on what kind of finance one is looking at. That also brings us to what you do, Abhishek, data intelligence, data analytics. Is that changing the real estate valuations? Earlier, everything was depending on cash flows. Is it changing? Is it even enhancing the real estate valuations?
Yeah, I love the second word. So see, the fundamentals of valuation will remain DCF, which is your cash flows. It will remain the residual system. It will remain the comparables. ये तो उनके pillars हैं. These are the Rafis and the Ashajis and the Latajis of the golden period. वो तो रहने ही वाले हैं. But what has changed in the last 10 years, post digitization in India and post CRE matrix or anybody else, is now you have authentic, accurate, comprehensive data available. पहले क्या था? All of these methodologies, you were using data, beg, borrow, steal. You will pick up a sample based. Now we have data not sample based. We have 99% data available. चाहे वो घर हो, office हो, land हो, warehouse हो, retail हो, high street हो, कुछ भी हो. That brings immense confidence, statistically or otherwise, to the valuation system, which are the same three. But now,
comprehensive, accurate, and authentic data is available, which brings in the authenticity and the accuracy of the same system.
Backed by structured.
Correct, comprehensive. Again, I repeat the same thing. Not a sample based. एक बिल्डिंग में आप कितने डेटा निकाल लोगे? 5. I am giving you all 500. I am giving you all 5,000. That's the difference.
So does Amitji, data intelligence also brings in transparency, and then transparency leads to easy access to capital?
I think today underwriting is no longer led by broad assumptions or gut feel or developer representations. It is purely today a function of data analytics and being able to mine and deeply mine what Abhishek rightly pointed out is the comprehensive amount of data available to actually create very dependable outcomes. And I think that's really fundamentally changed the way in which today capital is getting deployed. When a counterparty has the capability to demonstrate intelligible data over a meaningful period of time and thereby making the outcomes more predictable, more governable, along with a extraordinary amount of transparency, reporting and regulatory oversight, I certainly believe it changes the paradigm for capital inflows. And which is why we see a very vast increasing chasm between the funded and the non-funded developer bases. And the only difference clearly lies in their ability to provide very meaningful, deep insights into their business histories, into their project deliverables, into capital flows, and into their underwriting systems themselves. And I think that really, when overlaid by any capital institution, makes it very easy to sort of move forward and scale with such partners, because at the end of the day, that's exactly what any financial institution looking for is data transparency and predictability. Now, that certainly leads to yield compressions because there is so much less margin of error which needs to be built in. There is so much less delinquencies that need to be built in. There is so much less, I think, variability that needs to be built in. So I think when you have that kind of confidence, then I think certainly yields compress and it opens a wider opportunity set in terms of types of capital, not just at the credit level, but also at the equity level, at the mezz level, at private level, at public level. So it just opens a very wide plethora of opportunities because any large institutional counterparty at any level would exactly pivot around these data points.
Correct. So data intelligence or more data means that there are less variables, more confidence. But in your experience, are there certain data still missing when assessing financial, operational risks by a financier? What kind of data is still missing?
So, I think there have been a few variables with regard to one, the changing urbanization landscape, which fundamentally starts with how much can be built. And that with every city has been changing very rapidly. And it also changes mid-course. Suddenly with the announcement of additional incentive FSIs or additional such schemes, which tend to change outcomes, either progressively or adversely also sometimes, because you suddenly have some environmental restraint.
Sometimes they change the land use only. The land use has been changed.
So I think the predictability or data sufficiency really lies in the regulatory landscape to a very large extent. That makes it hard. I think second is the commodity pricing, because the ability to take forwards on commodities has now pretty much gone out of the window. Commodity pricing has become very dynamic. And I think lack of that obviously therefore bakes in that certain cost variability as to where we will eventually land in terms of overall cost, especially labor pricing going up, and of course maybe technology is trying to assuage it in a small way, but I think there still has to be a very significant intervention to bring down the variability in labor cost. Or even material or input cost as a whole, and the data has not been very minutely broken down into components over a very long period of time to say very predictably. I think there's still some broad thumb rules at work in terms of labor input or material input or technology input. Of course, a lot of these things also ratios have been changing with time. So I think that makes data slightly more difficult to underwrite is the actual total cost of production. And again, now because we also own a construction company, we're seeing that also in our construction contracts, which my subsidiary does, is they're trying to also keep a lot of margins of error, also having passed through costs to the project, which can't be absorbed by any contracting company or an EPC company. I think that's the second part, is so regulatory interventions or changes or input costs have been, I think, the second. Third, suddenly we've also seen a very large spurt, if I have to talk about one asset class, which is residential, on the luxury side. For a very long time, affordable and mid-income was largely 78% of the landscape. And so there was deep amount of granularity of understanding of that asset class. Suddenly, with the disruption in that space and it being now superseded by mid to high luxury products, where again the specifications can vary wildly depending upon the target audience or TG. That makes it again hard to say what the actual underwriting value can be, because the range of values have been very, very vast. And recently, I think his report said that how NCR has taken over as a luxury destination. And who would have imagined that the back and beyond of NCR at one time can actually become the luxury capital of India, and not South Mumbai. So I think those are very hard to make predictions because we haven't seen enough of luxury, branded and bespoke products. And I think with the creation of that on the rise, underwriting becomes slightly more difficult. So then you have to borrow templates from other markets and other experiences, or the limited amount of information you've had over the last 10, 15 years to try and make certain assumptions.
So Abhishek, Amitji mentioned, there is a broad level data, but that has not broken down into components in construction, in building material, regulatory space, especially, and then, unpredictable kind of reports that you take out. So, the granular data is still a challenge.
Okay.
How do you address that?
No. So we have to split this into pieces. When it comes to construction and all the execution part of data, that is not publicly available at a project level. So that we don't have, that is still private to even a listed company. Can't have it. But when it comes to granularity at a unit level, चाहे वो घर हो या एक particular office हो, या it can be one room in this hotel, or it can be a small space in a mall, or even one unit on Linking Road High Street. We have it at a unit level. So it's going to be from unit to building to road to Santa Cruz micro market or Viranandhiri to Bombay to India. Believe me, granular data at a project unit level is available with CRE matrix, irrespective any asset class, any top city that you can think of. If you allow me to answer a small portion of the question you asked him, gaps कहाँ है? Gap हिंदुस्तान में है. मोदी जी रोज बोलते रहते हैं विकसित भारत 20 ट्रिलियन, वो नहीं होने वाला जब तक we don't have these cities outside the 5 cities. We need Amit to go to Vizag. We need
people like Amit.
We need people to go outside the 5 metro cities of India. Otherwise, we'll not reach there, period. How much we can absorb in these cities? Not possible, right? So we need the Jaipur, the Lucknow, the Vizag, the Amravati, the whatever, Vijayawada to grow. And let me share a proud moment as an Indian. Apni data ki baat ki, we do data all the time, right? 4th, 5th largest economy in the world. We never had an index in real estate. What a shame. Finally, CRE Matrix and IIM Bangalore got together and created Hindustan ka pehla office index. We have a REIT. They need the index. Somebody sitting 5,000 miles away in America. How will he compare Hinjewadi with high-tech city? High-tech city with BKC or Andheri? Not possible. So, boss, granular data is available at a unit level.
Okay. So granular data is available and now the index is also available, for office.
Yes, and a bigger institution, not that I'm trying to say anything for IMB, we love them. But similar quasi-government institution has approached us कि बाबा साथ में बैठ के कुछ housing का करते हैं, कुछ तो करते हैं. We need that for India.
Amit, we do need an index. How do you take it? Because you are also operating in Dubai. How, learnings, let's say, what are the learnings for India from there?
I think learnings can be quite a few on both sides. I wouldn't say that India has to learn from the UAE or any other markets or vice versa. I think there's always a cross pollination that is possible. I think from a if I have to take a very conservative stance, I think the problem of the yonder years has been stuck homes or the speculative nature of home buying or investments. Um, it's not like it is not there, but it is not involving bank money. There are no mortgages available for buying under construction homes. And at one point, DLF almost resolved that they will not sell anything that is not complete till such time that the markets blew into a large opportunity and everybody started to go back to the old ways of selling under construction or off plan. But I think, yes, I think the discipline of having a predictable outcome and keeping retail capital out and risk mitigating consumer money, thereby taking a little bit of the speculative nature of under construction investment out, can actually create a far more stable and more predictable and less painful environment for retail buyers, for sure, which is what creates or damages sentiments. I think the second clearly is the RERA as a regulator. Uh, while Supreme Court not many few weeks back remarked that I think RERA may be scrapped out of frustration, because the efficacy or success of RERA as a regulation, which has been lauded so widely as one of the game changers, has been of limited impact in a few states only, and on a wider scale has failed to address the lowest segment or the real segment, which is the consumer segment, and it has been seen as more builder friendly or capital friendly or whatever. Maharashtra RERA obviously has done a spectacular job at trying to protect customer or consumer interests. But again, I mean, if you see the way RERA has been implemented, for example, in the UAE and of course other markets as well, is absolutely spectacular. It is spectacular. I mean, in fact, if the only threat that a developer has is effectively because they have judicial powers, whereas Indian RERA is quasi judicial at best.
Correct.
So that makes it a very big game changer that you can't mess around with RERA, because RERA is the ultimate authority on whether you will survive or die as a developer or whatever. Apart from that, I think the clarity and predictability of regulations and what we've been talking for donkeys here is a single window. Every time you say, what is the expectation, single window? I mean, what single window means, nobody knows. But truly, if you have to see what is single window, then you've seen that. We've seen that in those markets where you literally go nowhere. You literally go nowhere. As a developer, there is literally just one file which goes to one authority, and within a very specified time frame, you get your response. And it's as simple as that. And there is no negotiation, bargaining, there is no funny business, monkey business involved. It's very, very transparent and straightforward. And that makes it very easy for global capital and global developers and global players to come and actually play that market, because of this predictability of outcomes within the time frames. So I think that is a very big enabler. And of course, then there are larger constituents which are called master planners, who have been tasked, because obviously one authority can't do all. So like we have state development authorities, whether it's an MIDC or an MMRDA or whatever, there are regional master planners there who are also very clear about what their objectives are, because they can get de-rostered if they don't do their jobs. So I think that is a very big game changer when it comes to global capital and global developer interest, and which is the reason why a lot of international developers did try and step into India, but have failed miserably. And now maybe have come through the back door or trying to do it with some local partners or whatever. But that obviously remains an impediment. So I think there are lessons for both sides. But and as he rightly said, expansion outside of the few metro locations, unless we are able to create a 50 city or a 60 city or a 100 city story, you will have concentration risk and therefore price spikes and cyclicality, which will keep on hitting these limited markets.
That's right. One word that comes from Amit is predictable outcomes, which is not happening in Indian real estate. How do we ensure that? I mean, it's very difficult as long as Amitji mentioned, regulatory landscape doesn't become more effective RERA doesn't become more effective, we will still see unpredictable outcomes. Your suggestion, at your level, in terms of probably technology, in terms of data, what can maybe one or two pointers that can help here?
Predictive outcome in real estate. Well, in the beginning only 20 minutes back we spoke about, for a person it's always baba mera ghar time pe de dena, whatever I've invested it should come on time, right? With RERA coming in play, with transparency coming in play, with global players pumping in money, I'm not about the Japs and all, but even domestic players also, there is a sense of responsibility. Somebody is looking over your shoulder, either regulator or somebody who's given you money. So there is a bit of sense of commitment, and people will deliver. 10 साल पहले या 20 साल पहले
Of course,
5
things
or
have
6 out
changed.
of 10 projects would get delayed. 2-3 तो बनते ही नहीं थे. But अब नहीं होता ऐसा. Maybe 9 on 10 get delivered. Maybe 6 months, 1 year late. So I think that's good. So there is some predictability to this madness. And मैं हमेशा यही बोलता हूँ, हिंदुस्तान में madness बहुत ज्यादा है. We love it. Somebody who can bring the method to the madness is going to rock. And all of us, including you, are collectively doing that. Right? And हमारा time आ गया है अभी. Next, Mr. Deepak Parekh recently said, please take me back 40 years. The Sony ki chidiya is back.
Okay, fantastic. So let's come back to technology, because this is a PropTech conclave. So has PropTech moved from being a cost center to capital multiplier?
Really?
Abhishek?
Well, जब मैं JLL में था 20 साल पहले, तभी भी कॉस्ट था. आज भी मैं कॉस्ट ही इनसे मांग रहा हूं अगर आप मेरा डेटा चाहते हो तो. बट that cost benefit analysis, the benefit it is giving you is what is causing the capital multiplier. If you're a developer, you need to know what your competition is up to, you need to know what the market is up to. If you do not get your sizing and pricing right, you will lose money for the little data that that you should need. If you are a home buyer, you still need it. If you're a bank, so you need it, forget it endlessly, because it's going to be part of your risk assessment. And if you're an investor, you still need it. There's a gentleman sitting right next to us. So cost तो है, खर्चा तो करना पड़ेगा, but the benefit is what is the multiplier that comes in play. So yes, I think it's a great capital multiplier now.
So Amitji, now do people think it as a capital multiplier, technology, PropTech?
I think technology is inevitable, and I think anybody who's not adopting it fast enough is obviously going to get left far behind very, very quickly. The pace of adoption and acceleration has been quite phenomenal, and it has obviously now intervened into pretty much every part of the supply chain. Earlier, it was more dominant on the customer facing side or the client acquisition side or on the retail brokerage side. But I think now it's proliferated into construction in a big way, in risk management, in compliance, in predictability, in so in firefighting, so many areas it's now becoming, and of course finance as well, because data analytics and fast computing is obviously today in need of the hour as to how fast you can come up with results and how fast you can ensure that your risk parameters are in place, and how do you crunch data coming from your multiple investments on real-time basis to actually change course if required before it's too late. So I think it's now inevitable part of business. And I think, as Abhishek rightly pointed out, that it actually creates a very large multiple in favor of those who are tech-enabled versus those not tech-enabled. Because clearly, I mean, if things blow up, there's no way you're going to be able to come back, and therefore being able to prevent that. In fact, even from a customer side, I've seen so much technology being utilized for the purpose of price, product, quality discovery, and getting real-time intelligence on what makes sense, both for an investor at the retail level, because that's where they will rely most on technology, because they don't have their own research teams, they don't have the ability to mine data or look at raw data, what CRE can provide, but the ability to comprehend intelligence in a short span of time, where some back engine is working on on gigabytes of data to produce that result basis their search parameters and give very, very dependable outcomes, is becoming a very powerful tool, to such time that we are seeing platforms which are completely eliminating the need for physical brokerages as well. It's just being able to do real-time transactions online with the ability to actually give you an outcome without having to visit 20 places
That's right.
and
That's
almost certifying that this is your best bet.
correct. So as our speaker said, technology is no more a choice. It's a given. You need to have it if you want capital, if you want customers, and as Abhishek mentioned, data is there at a granular level. The data is there. There's a lot more need to be done in various segments, as Amitji said, at the regulatory landscape or the the building material construction ecosystem. But yes, we are getting there. So thank you so much for giving us those very varied perspective on how PropTech, the valuations and the capital is moving in the Indian real estate. Thank you so much, Abhishek, and thank you so much,
Super
Amit.
happy. Thank you for inviting. Please do more of these sessions so that we can give back to the industry all the knowledge we have.
Yes.
But next time, iska kuch naam rakhenge. Data is not oil anymore. It's the new water. You cannot live without it.
Okay, yeah, very true, very true. Thank you, Abhishek, for those last words. Thank you.
Thank you so much to both of you. I'll request both of you to please kindly remain on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll request everybody to please kindly clap it up for these two gentlemen over here. I'll request Sapna to please kindly give the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers over here. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining us over here. And can we fix the light over here, please? We'll do a photo of all three of you together without the gift. Thank you so much. बहुत शुक्रिया आप लोगों का. Thank you so much. God bless you all with the best. Thank you so much. What a pleasure always. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Goenka as well. Thank you. Both of your media bites are done, I believe. In case not, please accompany Apurva to the room adjacent to this. And ladies and gentlemen, on this note, we come to an end of the PropTech Conclave 2026. Thank you so much. Just a bit of an announcement. We'll be taking a 10 to 15 minutes break before we move forward with the Flex Spaces and the PropTech Awards 2026. Please re-register yourselves for the awards with the yellow bands that's available outside at the registration counter. If you are getting re-registered for the awards, please get yourself re-registered for the awards with the respective yellow bands. We will be beginning with the awards in the next 15 minutes. I request everybody to please kindly vacate the auditorium because the hotel staff needs the place to be empty so that they can get the hall a bit of a makeover for the awards. So I'll request everybody to please kindly vacate the auditorium. We'll be beginning very, very shortly with the Flex Spaces and the PropTech Awards 2026 after the next 15 minutes. Please kindly vacate the auditorium for the hotel staff to give the hall a bit of a makeover for the awards. And I'll request everyone to please kindly note the fact that you need to re-register yourselves to attend the awards. Please get your respective yellow bands at the registration counter outside. Thank you.